Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth. Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment. The Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. The last welcome in the house. This is Africa, and all the people I haven't mentioned, you're all welcome here today. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a topic here, and this topic has been the talk of town for the most part. And for some of us, for example, we would hear people on the internet as of late who would claim to say they are FBA haters. And, you know, some people, you would think they're reasonable, but you would hear them say this, right? But the crazy part about it is, as far as you, me, and everybody in the universe who is familiar with history, as far as what we know to be American history, some of these people, when you talk to them, it seems like they have created their own history. So, for most, the history that is shown about Black people in America, it's slavery, right? It's slavery. So, with that slavery comes a lot of other attachments. But at some point, Black people in America, some of them have overcome the past slavery. They've overcome that. But to many, some, when you speak to them, they sound like it's still slavery. But with that comes a sense of entitlement where, well, people would say to you, oh, because, you know, our ancestors were enslaved, so therefore we, you know, since our ancestors contributed in the, you know, working in the plantations in the South, we built America. So therefore you should respect us. So these people would say things like that, right? But then you're like, wait a minute, why is this person saying respect us? Like, did you disrespect the individual? No, but again, it's a form of bullying tactics. It's an American way. So if you are bullied, for instance, you're the one that is constantly getting bullied. Don't you think at some point you would learn the technique and the thinking of the person that is bullying you? If you've never faced them and beat your bully down for them to respect you, right? You either you face your bully and you win and there's mutual respect, or you just take the ass whooping and then wait for another group that you think you have power over and then try to exert the same thing that happened to you, the group that you deem to be, you know, less powerful than you, then you want to attack that group. But now there's a difference. You see, bullying comes in different forms. Some, because they would say, oh, white and black. Some Black people are so traumatized by what history was, what white people, especially in slavery, have done to people in the past. They are still traumatized by that, right? So I like to talk about today what is happening. People still are getting bullied. Trust me, I've seen it. You see it online here too. But bullies only pick easy targets. It's just, nature 101, even in the animal kingdom, except the lion. But most bullies, especially, they pick on easy targets. Easy targets. Someone you can easily dominate. Because, if you know a bully, especially in school, individual bullies, if you notice, if you think back, you probably have never seen them fight. You probably have never seen them fight. The reason why I'm able to talk about this because I have tackled many bullies in the past. I remember, I, you know, so I don't know if I told you guys this. I talk about being from Gambia, but I have not always lived there. I moved there, when I was a little, like I didn't even know the language when I first moved there. So I was about 10 years old. So obviously, yes, I'm from there, but I'm the new kid because I don't know the language, right? I can kind of understand it, but I don't know the language. So it comes with the territory. People are going to try you out. They're going to test you. They're going to have their thoughts. You see, the way I operate is you can have your own thoughts, fine, because all thoughts are lies all the time. But now, when you want to bring that thought into real life, now that becomes a problem. But the video I'm going to analyze here today is a really, really good conversation. Great conversation, by the way. I don't want people to think this is like uh, picking on anybody or whatsoever. The conversation, I'm bringing you the logic behind all what you are seeing. And the people also who think that, oh, African immigrants should respect us, should also see, like, when you say respect me, what do you mean? Because you cannot tell me your story about you getting your ass whooped all the time. You are the one that people bully. And then you come to me and say, you should respect me for taking the beating. No, 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 I'm sorry. I cannot respect somebody who did not fight. If you fight, you lose. I'm not going to make fun of you, but I'm not going to respect you either. Plain and simple. Respect is earned. So the example I'm giving you, when I first went there to the Gambia, like I went to a school in the city in Banjul, and there was a kid in that grade in the class. His name, I still remember, his name was Prince. And this kid, you know how some of the kids, they would mature faster, kind of. They would have deep voice. So he had deep voice. He was pretty strong. So this kid at the time, he had his homies, like they have like a little group. They would follow him around. Whatever he says goes, and they would bully people here and there. So for me, like I see this, and I don't like bullies. Like I didn't mess with the guy, but we were in social studies class. The teacher steps out. What did this kid do? He used to do this all the time. He would walk around, go from table to table. He would smack people up across their head, just for the hell of it. So now I'm in class, I'm focused, I'm writing. This time he walks by my table, smacks me across the head. It wasn't that hard, but he startled me, right? So he goes back to his seat and sat down. And I thought about it. I said, you know what? I need to put a stop to this. I gotta put a stop to it. That's the first time he did it to me, and I want to make sure it would be the last time. So since he did it in front of everybody, he's a bully. Most people are afraid of him. So I got up. I said, hey, Prince. I said, if you ever try that with me again, I will kick your ass. Imagine that, saying that to the bully. So I'll tell you right away what I was doing there. I was antagonizing him so he can come and face me and fight me in front of everybody. I already knew I was going to win. I already knew. So I antagonized him. He's like, you talking to me like that? I said, yeah. I said, I would beat your ass like the little boy you are. Just to antagonize him, he became very upset. Since he's the bully, he has to fight me. He came, I put him in a chokehold and made him beg for me to let him go in front of everybody. When he came face to face with me, so I proved to everybody that I don't have to be the bully. I don't have to bully anybody, but I can beat up every one of you that are following this bully as well. But long story short, Prince did not only leave me alone, he became the nicest kid in class. Can you believe this? Just from one choke from me. The point of this story is, if you are the new kid on the block, people are going to pick on you. They're going to try. But it is up to you. How are you going to respond to this? Or if you were bullied, what was going on in your head that was making you so scared of this individual that came up with the idea of bullying you? This is why I want us to have this conversation, because you see, we are hearing a lot of offensive, like you guys said, xenophobic, talks. A lot of these people are weak people. They're weak. When they say respect us, they can never tell you what. But this conversation, all your answers are here. In the UK, the same thing. So we heard Kwesi online, talking about how he was bullied by Jamaicans in the UK. So apparently the Jamaicans bully Africans that go to the UK as well. So it looks like it's a Western black thing. As an African, I'm hearing more Africans. You don't even have to worry about white people. You have to worry about the Western blacks. If it's in America, is the blacks there? That's what I'm hearing from some of you. Personally, I've never been bullied by any black person or a white person. Trust me. Some have tried. Again, didn't go well. I know a man who's been in America before I was even born, a Nigerian man. I worked with him before. He was telling me his story. I'm talking about within while I was there. He showed me some guy who they got into it, waited for him in the parking lot and spit in his face. Again, you see, I'm telling you, it's not because you're black. It's because they can take you on. I can assure you, none of those people would want to be in the parking lot with me one-on-one and spit in my face. That's assault. That's not going to happen. I can assure you, no matter how upset they are, they will not do that because they know what will happen. But they did it to this Nigerian man. So can he say, oh, they just pick on me because I'm an immigrant? No, I'm an immigrant. I'm there. I was there. The same people that he said did that to him, they respect me. They don't have to like me. The point is, you, the individual, the energy you put out, the way you let people treat you, that's what will stick. Just because a person gives themselves some type of thoughts, and like, for example, some of you would hear black people say to you, oh, the white, you don't even know what they're thinking behind you. Look, I don't care about what somebody's thinking behind me. I could care less. We are all thinking something all the time. But now, whatever you thought about me or you want to do, you have the right to think about that. But now, to put that into action, you also have to think about How is this man going to respond to this? How is this man going to respond? So we've been asking the question because FBA haters, they said, Africans, they don't respect us. We came and paved the way. We softened the blow. So you mean to tell me, because they say white people were beating them. So you took those beatings because of Africans? Or some that said they stood up? You mean those people, they didn't stand up because they didn't want to continue to get beat on? They were thinking, oh, Lord, please, let me take this beating, soften the blow so that when the Africans come, they can have it easy. It's a lie, not true. Like I've told you guys, I worked in government job, right? Before, in the prison system. Majority of Black people in America are employed by the government. So when people speak as if saying, oh, we Black people came and paved the way, like nothing is going on, it's a damn lie. I work with a lot of people, Black people, who are literally, they're getting bullied at those jobs. Like, what are you talking about? Do you know how many Black people I've represented and spoke for? So people speak as if, oh, Black people just came and cleared this way for the immigrants. No, the immigrants like me are coming in speaking for people who call themselves haters. Hey, I'm going to tell you a little secret. If you want to know this, especially in government jobs, most Black people you see, especially at jobs, they are afraid of white people. They are terrified. Look, if you have situation, you work with Black person, they are not the person to choose as your witness. You will lose your case. I'm just telling you right now, do not do it. If it's a Black person is the witness, just let it go. You're not gonna get anywhere, because if they bring that Black person in front of white people to talk and it's a job, you'll be surprised how they would turn on you. And it's not only FBA person, African too. I have seen Africans too. If you in a government job, you work with an African, something happened, please, Black person and African, do not pick them as your witness. You will lose. Straight up, you will lose. Of course, I'm not going to say all, but I'm speaking in generalities. I have seen it with my own eye. So when people speak as if, there was a magic wand that was waved and all of a sudden, they're like, hey, you know what? Hey, you Africans, welcome in. The Blacks have taken the blow. So come on in. Now life is good. You see? If a man knows that, regardless of their color is blue, white, or green, I don't care. If a man knows that if they spit in your face, they're going to swallow their teeth. Do you think they will do it? Do you think they will do it? Those are the rules you have to live by. You see? You don't look for trouble, but you got to finish it. When someone brings trouble to your doorstep, you got to clean it up. And you're not doing that for anybody else but yourself. Plain and simple. Common sense would tell you this. Common sense will tell you this. But now you have the people who were bullied. Because in this conversation, when I break it down, you will see. Apparently, when the Jamaicans first went to the UK, they got bullied. Obviously, it's not going to be all. The story sounds similar to Ali Gambians that I used to hear stories about. Gambians talking about skinheads fighting with them. But the conversation, if it's coming from Western Black, they speak in terms of being a victim or wanting to get patted on the back. Us Africans, we just say, hey, the guy, got out of line. I put him back in line and I kept moving. Oh, like this, some people, they would just speak about it in a way so broken. And I want I want to bring both perspectives, and I want Western blacks to understand UK and America to know why Africans think, you guys are mentally weak because of the stories you tell. You're coming to tell people a story about how you got your ass handed to you and you want them to respect you. Africans, they're not going to laugh to your face, but they're going to be like, what? You are not who they want to look up to. There is no way you want somebody to look up to you. You're telling them about how you got your ass handed to you. You need to keep that to yourself. But people, especially black people, they have been conditioned in this system to believe that they want to outdo each other as who is a victim. So when they look at Africa, they look at infrastructure, right? They're like, oh, there's no way these people are victims. These people are victims. They have poor countries, but they don't realize it's mentality, mindset. Look at in America, all the amenities, people have it, but they're weak-minded. Every little thing they cry. They are broken. They've been lied to. So that's why they come to you. They're like, hey, man, you need to respect us. And we've been asking, what have you done for you to be respected? Some would say, oh, because we invented the car. You mean Harris Ford, the white man? So some they would culturally appropriate. They try to steal the white man's invention. Or they'll be like, who built America? We. You mean the slaves? The slaves participated in building America, but I don't know about you. And some people say this like they're in a trance. So you're telling me a men, women who were chained, whipped, were able to build something, and you were free? What's your excuse? But people would tell you, go build Africa. We never said, it's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is the two talking points. Africans need to respect us, and they need to go back to Africa and build. So I'm going to play this video. It's a good video by O'Shea Duke Jackson. It's a great video, but I'll be fair, and I would give clear, concise breakdown of this video. But before we get into it, ladies and gentlemen, let me do the copyright music here. All right, that's the copyright music. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, still Black History Month is February. So before we enter, I gotta play the Black music here that I put together. Great music. Thank you.
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you. Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Niggas hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. Fuck with your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him with fate, I'ma hand him the shears. He not the man of your peers. Heart of a lion, I'm trampling fears. I love the man in the mirror. Cry me a river to stand in the tears. You better stand in the.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you liked that. But I'm about to play this video. I mean, like I said, great conversation. A lot of clarity. And, O'Shea asked all the, right questions, and this guy here, black British guy, he answered it right. And also, you have to remember, he's giving us a story of what happened. He is definitely moved on, evolved. He doesn't think that way. He lives in Africa. So, but in order for people to understand one another, you have to explain things as to, within that time period. It doesn't mean this is how he feels now, but that doesn't mean people don't feel this way. So if you're somebody who's already who thinks this way, maybe this video would help you, because he makes it clear he used to think this way. So we, the Africans, since we didn't know this is what is perceived, because we didn't know that this is how they were thinking about us. So, for example, Africans probably went to the UK. They're thinking, oh, I'm here to get my education moving. And now they're getting attacked by these people. The same people that said it was the white people beating them. But now they want to do to the Africans what was done to them. So that means the Africans would have to stand up to them, which is what happened, right? So it's like you got bullied. Now the bullied became the bully. So, and if you notice, most of the time, Africans, people want to convince you to just accept and say, it's okay, man, to be bullied, the kumbaya stuff. No. Not true. Not true. So in order for people to, become one, we have to know each other well. We have to know how we think. We have to respect one another. And that cannot happen if you believe you have certain power and leverage over someone else, or that person owes you. It's like I hear this where some people here in America, if they pay for your ticket, they would keep reminding that person, oh, I brought you here in America. I brought you here. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have this nice car. You wouldn't have this. Damn, okay. Well, yeah, you brought the person to America, but the nice car and all the stuff the person got, they worked for it. But what, you're salty because the person ran laps around you? Because you made decisions that didn't work out the way it's working out for that person. That's what I'm seeing here. But I hope by the end of this program, we would all understand each other. I mean, I know that we would understand each other, because the genesis of the quote unquote beef, someone had to have come up with the beef. I know that it's not the Africans, because us Africans in Africa, you guys know, especially if you're in the pop culture, people look up to the black celebrities and stuff. But now you have other blacks who think, oh, you should look up to all of us. Now, I mean, if you're a loser by standing by the storefront, nah, man, you think I'm gonna look at you like I look at Jay-Z or 50 cents? Nah. See, but many people have deluded themselves into believing that, okay, if this man likes 50 cents, so therefore he should look at me in the same caliber as 50 cents. You are not 50 cents, my friend. You can look at 50 cents hustle, his thinking, how he's investing. You can learn something from that. It doesn't matter what race you are. That's just humanity. You use your brain, you listen to the man talk. Great. It's no different than listening to Warren Buffett. Of course, he's going to have more knowledge, but you learn from people you're going to benefit from. But now you got people who are standing by the corner, coming talking, oh, y'all Africans need to respect me. Y'all gotta look up to me. Oh, y'all don't want to kick it with me. Dude, I gotta work. I ain't got time to be standing here kicking it with you. That's not how life works. But we're seeing a lot of that on the internet. But hopefully this show will help clear the air, because Africans didn't know where the beef came from. But the blacks have convinced themselves that You, me, the Africans, you didn't respect them. They said you didn't come to the cookout. In fact, they didn't have any cookout, but let's pretend they did. You see, I've been to many cookouts. I can tell you that much. The blacks love me, okay? Don't let some of these fools fool you. I get invited to cookouts all the time, all the time. So when I say certain things and I know them, just kick back, leave that between me and my black people. They know what I'm talking about. Okay? So, but I'm going to start the video and I'll break it down. The man here, he's from England, and O'Shea is from the United States. They met in Uganda. And by the way, O'Shea is doing a good job, bringing these conversations to the forefront. I like his journey, how he's definitely improved and, and just bringing these conversations to the forefront. I know it's uncomfortable for many, but I can assure you, by the time, like in a year or so, this is going to change so many people's way of thinking. The way you used to think about other people is going to change your perception. It's going to change it. Instead of thinking, who owes me anything, you're going to ask yourself, what do I owe myself? What do I owe myself? Instead of looking at another man being jealous, envious, wanting the man to something bad to happen to them, you would see, how can I work with this person? How can I become a better human being? How can I love and respect the Africans as one people, as me, just as much as they love and respect me? Because it could all just be a thinking, and you would see it here. You would see it here.
Caribbeans were advised not to date Africans, and vice versa.
Wait a minute. This is an important piece.
I know.
Because we say the same thing.
I know, I saw your episode.
Okay.
Yeah.
So also, so leaving us as African Americans out of this, because our people don't know this.
Yeah.
Your parents, I mean, they know yours per se, but your family was saying, do not bring me home somebody African, for the most part.
Yeah.
And their family was saying, don't do it.
Because they will say, no, they don't know who they are. We know our name. We could trace our lineages. These are slave babies. They're beneath us.
So this is some of the hard conversations that, like in the past, I've brought it and people get upset. Okay. Black people would talk in terms of money, material. African people, for the most part, in the continent, they don't think that way. Even if you have money up the yin-yang, the moment you tell them that your ancestors were enslaved, it's a no-go. They're going to see you beneath them because they're going to say you have slave blood in you. So that's why you're getting this discrepancy. I can see how people like, you don't respect me. I know people. That's why I even talk about in our culture where some people belong to the slave class. It doesn't matter how much money they have. Yes, they have the money, but you would see somebody else say, no, you cannot marry into our clan, into our family because of X, Y, and Z. So you would see the confusion here, right? And on the other side too, you have some black people who would say, do not marry the Africans for whatever reason. These are Buddhist cultures or, different religion, different reasons. So it goes on both sides. Human beings will come up with all kinds of things. But this is why we should have these dialogues in an honest manner so that we understand each other. Where is this coming from? Think about it. At one point, Africans most of the Africans they brought into the Americas were free probably. Now, all of a sudden, they're taken into slavery. Now, they get tagged saying, okay, now your blood have been tainted because you were slave. Do you see how crazy and sick that is? Think about that for a minute, people. That's sick, but people are thinking it. So we got to point it out. It's not like beating on somebody, but it's a teaching. So when I talk about these things, you guys think I'm just making it up. I know how the process, people are taught this way. So it's not like they're sitting in particular saying that group of people. But when you mention the slave conversation, it is pretty complicated, very complicated. If you think only the Europeans, white people are the ones that talk about bloodlines, you are certainly mistaken. Africans are about the bloodline, like strictly bloodline. I mean, I don't want to speak for all, but in my part of Africa, that's what it is.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Repat podcast. And that's if you're moving back to Africa or wanting to come here and do things. We have some particular tips on how to do things for those people who want to come back to the continent, especially if it's in Uganda. But today we have a special guest. I'll introduce my co-host Jonita first.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi guys, the name is Janita Meyer, presenter and manager with Kenganda, and we have an amazing host in the building.
Oh, I thought you said
Yeah,
host. I was
yeah.
thinking, yes.
Oh, sorry, an amazing guest. Wow.
Sorry, DJ Vane Tain in the
Getting
building. Living in Uganda for over 3 years now. I'm not leaving. Yeah,
Staying here.
Yeah, I'm staying here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you all.
All right. Give him a round of applause.
Big up Kenganda, man.
Y'all know how we doing. We got some things in plan for you guys. We're gonna show y'all
Yeah.
why we the truth. Y'all be hating on me. It's okay, you still broke. But anyways, in all seriousness, y'all know I love you. Brother, you know a lot of people in the Black American community, because most of the people here that hate me so much every day, they from the States. That's why they here. They here to hate on me.
Really?
Probably so. But we always talk about, like when I was coming up, there was somewhat of, at first it wasn't a much of a problem. But then there was a problem between, most notably, sometimes you get it with like African Americans in the Caribbean community.
Right.
But not really so strong because we're typically, like, Jamaicans and African Americans created hip hop.
Straight.
Really, Jamaicans, a Jamaican created hip hop and African American. So, we got
100%.
people like Jay-Z who has an African American father and a Caribbean father. Same thing with Notorious B.I.G.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But we always know about the African American versus African beef. It's a big topic here on YouTube. Tariq Nasheed talks about it.
Right.
But we didn't.
So, did you guys hear that? The African and the Black American beef. So, I can assure you, I don't think Africans created any beef. Africans did not create any beef. So this is why it's important for us to hear this conversation, you see? Because like you think you're chilling, but here's people who think they really have beef with you. You don't even know this. They are looking at you sideways. They have certain perception. They might even, oh, you all Africans sold us. How you know this? I wasn't even born. Like, what are you talking about? You and I both didn't exist in that century. So let's cut it out and, have common sense. So when people start, this is why I don't entertain those dumb conversations. The moment you say, you all Africans sold us, I'm like, okay, so are you telling me if let's say slavery never stopped, how could you prove that? Even me that you're telling that to, if I were born, they could have sold me into slavery. How do you know? We don't know this. So therefore, let's not speculate. Let's deal with what is happening today. First of all, I want to give a shout out to O'Shea. He has a great setup. And he's bringing topics as of late that, man, I know like they can be touchy, but I got to give him kudos for honestly standing on his square and bringing these conversations, because there are things that we need to talk about in the open and understand one another. When you say beef, the Africans are not the ones bringing any beef. But today we're going to uncover why the blacks have beef against the Africans. Do they low-key are holding on to slavery, saying, just because you're born in African country, they are born in the Americas, therefore you're the ones that sold, you're the seller and they are the slaves. Maybe some people, that's how they look at it. So we're not in the 1800s. So we're going to speak about 21st century. Let's clear the air, okay?
No, in London, I just found this out like last year. There was a big beef between British Africans and British Caribbeans. Probably one of the biggest beefs in diaspora in history happened right there in the UK.
Yep.
Is it true or am I just bull?
It's true.
Okay, how did it all start up?
So let me try and get this accurate as possible.
All right.
So when the Caribbean community were, and I've got to be important with this, invited by the Commonwealth.
I want you guys, you see, he's using words here. He said, have you guys noticed how many times have I said legal immigrants? Like we talked about this Somalis, like they say, oh, the Somalis fled. Oh, you Afrikaners, you flee. You know, as if like I fled like Usain Bolt, right? No, I didn't flee from anything. I always answer, hey, I'm a free man. I can travel wherever I want. Look, don't blame me. Don't get mad at me because I'm smart enough to not ever want to stand in line to look for visa. I realize that, hey, I can change my own luck. So you think you can whine your way into shaming me for changing my own luck? No, it's not going to happen, right? So the Caribbeans got invited to the UK, meaning they're immigrants, right? I want you guys to pay attention to these people. So they are immigrants in the UK, invited. Let's continue.
Great Britain to come over to help Great Britain rebuild after the war.
Okay.
Right. So they was advertised in all the colony outposts, work here in Great Britain, you'll become a citizen, good money, housing, so on and so forth.
Okay.
Right. That's when my parents and other people's parents came over.
All right.
So
Black people, think about this. The people you are pointing fingers at, even the Afghanis, they were invited by the government. In the UK, I even hear some same people. You see, this guy gave us a story. They were invited there. They are not from there. They came from Africa to the Caribbean, then Caribbean island, Jamaica became home. Then they got invited because, Jamaicans, they can walk. They're hard workers. That's for sure. Got invited. Now they became immigrants in the UK with the promise of good life. So can somebody honestly say that these people fled? They didn't flee. They were offered better opportunities. They didn't just hop on the boats to the UK. They were invited. Invited. They didn't flee. So I just want to point that out because, the reason why I said they immigrated, they were immigrants. This is going to play a role eventually because the ADOS, they claim to be from America. They are claiming to be from America, despite coming there, but they said they're claiming that. In the UK, some British blacks who their ancestors came there are telling Africans, this is our land too. They are doing that when They were just invited there, just like the Africans were invited. But let's continue.
We've gone, like Caribbeans, gone through the hardship, gone through all of that, put up with all the racism just to get a foothold.
Right.
Then I believe Africans started coming in around about the same time or just after. But I think because of the links between Africa and the British Empire, they had a little bit more of a foothold.
Okay.
A little bit more to offer because the continent of Africa is huge, right? So, so
You guys remember when some of these people were saying, oh, you all Africans, is because of us. I told people, no, because we Africans, you might say we don't have big infrastructures and all, but our African countries, we have a lot more to offer than you. So that's why the governments are dealing with our governments. It's in their interest to do that because we have a lot more to offer than you. We have entire countries, which, your ancestors came from too, but Africans have the foothold. We have resources. Yes, one can say, oh, why don't you guys go do something with it? Hey, you can say all that, but we have the resources. We have a lot more to offer. He is right there. He's right. But just like Jamaica is still under British, the African people he's talking about were under the British. So both are getting invited by their quote unquote their colonial masters. But now the Western blacks are a lot more jealous because in their heads, now here is this new blacks trying to take our spot from that master has given us. Because he said we put our foothold, we fought racism as if racism ended. No, I'm pretty sure if you talk to most Jamaicans, they will tell you a complete different story. They'll tell you a complete different story.
they've got a little bit more to offer than,
What do you mean to say? As far as resources?
Resources, yeah.
Okay.
So there was sort of like an envy, it created sort of like a little bit of conflict. And when I was growing up, and for what I remember, the conflict was always about,
See, this guy is very honest. Remember, guys, I was telling you, like, most black people, they're not going to admit this, but they're envious of Africa. They are envious of that. Because even though, like, some would insult you and say, your country is dusty, blah, 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 for a person to even just say that, at least you have a country of your own that you call dusty. It could be dusty, but you have your own country. There is a lot under that ground. So there's a sense of pride that you have is different from a Western black. Yes, they're in these developed countries, but is it really their country though? Let's just be real. For some, they would say yes, but in reality though, is it? So this guy, he's very honest. That's why he's in Uganda. When he discovered it, he put his cleats on like Usain Bolt. He's like, I'm out. I'm out. He figured it out.
Your name and your heritage. And, it was always arguments on that point. So Caribbean.
Exactly, Alexis.
Caribbeans were advised not to date African and vice versa.
Wait a minute. This is an important piece.
I know.
Because you say the same thing.
I know. So.
O'Shea. I'm glad O'Shea shed light on that. O'Shea is like, wait a minute. I've heard this before. People, in America, it happens. And you would see people, they would say, oh, the Africans, they like the white women. Most Africans, they talk to black women, they say, oh, I don't date Africans. That's what you get. Nasty, nasty attitude. They don't know how to cook, and they want to run their mouth all day. Who's got time for that? Oh, we don't date dusty Africans. That's what they will tell you. Look, this is not been my experience myself. Myself, right? I mean, like I've told you in the beginning, I never had any issues. The black people here, they love me. No problem. No problem. There is some who are weird, but me, no problem. Okay? But even here in America, the dating thing, they will tell you, oh, I don't date no African. You've heard them online here. I don't fuck with African. You mean you don't fuck with yourself?
Okay.
Yeah.
So also,
Yeah.
So leaving us as African Americans out of this, because our people don't know this.
Yeah.
Your parents, I mean, they know yours per se, but your family was saying, do not bring me home somebody African for the most part.
Yeah.
And their family was saying, don't do it.
Because we don't.
Did you guys see this? So it was the white people beating them up and all. Now, they didn't get on court against white people and say, do not bring me no white man or white woman. They said, don't bring me African people. Do you see how this beef? They said, don't bring me no African. And when I hear people say, I cannot even imagine my parents sitting me down saying, hey, listen here, little Afridamus, whatever you do not bring us a black girl. What the? Are you kidding me? What's wrong with you? But some black people, I mean, literally, they are KKKs. They would say this, do not bring me no African. Literally. Or they will say, oh, I don't date an African. I don't, I'm half Indian. I'm full blood Indian. I'm 84% Irish. You Africans are backward. Booty scratches. You guys have AIDS. Africans have AIDS. Yeah. You guys have Ebola. Should I keep going on? But it's all not true. But it's the Africans, they'll say, oh, you guys are starving. You're starving. You guys have the big belly kids. When they don't realize this is just a hustle, they show some video of some place. Now, all of a sudden, that's Africa, the whole of Africa. But this conversation, like I said, is very honest and straightforward. Thank you, Rasmois. Rasmois said, the Soninke were in close proximity with the Mende, Fula, Wolof, Sierra, Jola, etc. How come they were not a victim of the slave trade? Exactly, because we were formidable people. That's why we weren't victims of the slave trade.
They will say, no, they don't know who they are. We know our name. We could trace our lineages. These are slave babies. They're beneath us. And when you was out, sometimes not all Africans. Mm-hmm. Some you could see when you was out, the looks you would get, and because culturally, there's some differences. Mm-hmm. And you could see it, you could feel it.
Can you give me an example of some of those differences?
So, like, Caribbeans, we're very loud. Yeah? Very loud.
Oh, yeah.
That's like black people in America are pretty loud too. But okay.
Like if I see you across the road, I'm a holler, yo, brother.
And I've noticed Nigerians are loud too. Like super loud.
Oh, yeah, I did, yo, like, and African like, look at like, oh my God, like, they see what they've become, like, they were taken away and they've come back with this sort of behavior, and so it's like, we're suppose we're not demure enough and like kind of well behaved in a sense. So that's one example.
Let me just say this.
Yeah,
Jonita,
is
over here smiling because she says the same thing about me. You're too loud.
He's too loud.
Yeah, and Africans also do the same thing. They look at me like, shut the f up, and I'm like yelling across the street. But it's just what we do, and it's the same.
I'm actually surprised because if in Africa, I mean, I'm surprised they would think O'Shea is loud over there. The people are pretty loud. Have you ever been to an African market? I mean, African market is pretty loud. Look, there is no doubt when you come around Black Americans, you will, if you go around Black Americans and you go around most West Africans, you would conclude that they are definitely not Indians. You will know where they come from, okay? After you leave both crowds, you would see a lot of similarities there. Why do you think Black Americans and Nigerians don't get along? Because the same group of people, the same people. You go to Nigeria, check out the churches. Come to Black America, the churches are similar. Same people. Same people. So that's why even the beef, when most Black people, when they say African, I don't like question them much. I know who they're talking about. When they say African, I know they're saying Nigerian. Because most Black Americans, I'll tell you, they get along. If you notice, you would hear some say African, but they don't have issues with all other Africans from other countries when it's Nigerian, because maybe they're related to the Nigerians and they see similar behavior and they don't like it. Most Black people, they get along with other people from other countries like Kenyans, Gambians. They get along with those people. But when it comes to Nigerians, also I noticed they don't get along with Ghanaians. But they get along with other people.
Example.
If I brought you to a family gathering, Joan, you would be like this.
It's too loud.
It's like I remember putting it on my story once when my first year living in Uganda, and I went back.
Hold on, I gotta read this from Tribal African. He said, "We shipped all slave traders to America. There are the Pookies and Ray Rays today in America. No slave trader remain in Africa." Man, Tribal African is claiming that the slave traders, in fact, were the ones that got shipped out, and Africa got rid of their Pookies and Ray Rays. You know what? I can't wait to open the line for people to come and respond to this. But we'll let the video keep running.
See my family, I put it on my story, and I watched the story back. I was like, wow, we're loud. But I think it's just, this is little differences like that. And it's obviously compelled by the way Caribbean people are portrayed and the way African people are portrayed. And back then, you know, media was your only outlet. So you kind of believed what they said. And so when you believe in what the white media is saying about Black people, and you're taking that prejudice into your everyday life, it's just messed up.
Can I ask you a question?
Guys, he raised a good point. Okay, here is when you come across some Black people, sometimes you can't really fault them, you know, because you have to look at what they were bombarded with as well about Africa. Or some Africans, put yourself in their shoe, what you're bombarded with about Black Americans. Think about that for a minute. So the media also plays a role, but still personal accountability has to be placed on you, because it's up to you how you receive that information and process it. You know, let it go in one ear and another, and look at how you interact with people. But if you don't have a bullying bone in your head, the media or whoever cannot make you think that way.
Question: what were some of the things? Because obviously, you have Africans who like Ghanaians, Nigerians, people from Sierra Leone. Those are some of the countries. Maybe Zimbabwe.
South Africa. a lot of Zambians,
Zambia,
a lot of Zimbabweans, a lot of South Africans.
Okay,
but
probably more dominated by Nigerians and Ghanaians.
The main is Nigerians, Ghanaians, and there's one other, because a lot of like Senegalese and Congolese, they go to France. They don't really come to London. So
If you guys notice, do you know, like, most people probably don't know this. There's a lot of Senegalese, even in America. When I first came to America, I was surprised to meet lots of Senegalese in New York. I couldn't, because I'm thinking it's a French-speaking country. They wouldn't come to America. It's a lot of Senegalese there. That's another group I noticed, even though they are French. Black people, you can confirm, Black people get super along with Senegalese for some reason. I've seen it in New York. I don't know what it's like now, but they get super along with Senegalese. I don't know what type of understanding they have between each other, but they seem to get along.
I think that's it. That's it. And Benin, yeah.
Kenya, maybe.
Kenya, yeah. A lot of
Okay,
Kenyans.
like Kenya.
Yeah, a lot of Kenyans.
So what were some of the things that they were saying about, because the white government says different things about like African Americans, but what do they say about like, okay, the Caribbean stereotypes that they were pushing and then the African stereotypes?
Caribbean stereotypes were broken homes, absent fathers, we're lazy, we're thieves, rapists. Pretty every derogatory thing you could say about a person, that's what they would say about us. Like there were signs put up indoors when my mum and dad were in London, and they have a sign. It would be no dogs, no blacks, no Irish.
So that's a form of bullying. Okay? So back in the days, like the white people, they would do this. Even the Japanese. Japanese used to say no dog, no Chinese. Did you guys know that the Japanese colonized the Chinese ones? So it's psychological warfare to show the person that you are less than. Okay? So I can see how like he or others would feel like, well, we had to put up with this and the Africans came later. Well, you either have to go through it and let the Africans come and deal with it, or you have to remove it for yourself, which is what they did. But that's another form of bullying, even putting things in signs so that the person can read it and associate them to a dog or lower animal. So white people back in those days used to do that, but the thinking has evolved. This is why, like, when people start talking as if we're still in those errors, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. That is not happening right now. Because if it's happening, why aren't we stopping it? Why aren't we? So we got to be honest, things have changed for the better. And there are tons of white people who are against that. I mean, like I used to see Gambians back in those days, long time. They would go to Europe and they have white wives, plenty of them. Like the white women were all over them. Somehow, like they didn't have any laws to stop them from doing this. They would bring white women to Africa with them. So somehow they were welcomed by the white women. They didn't have any terrible stories to relay. Hence, would explain why people would still want to go. You see, the guy went up there. He's doing good. He came with good stories. Not only good stories, he showed up with a white woman. What do you think the next guy is going to want to do? Yeah, some are going to say, oh, Afridamos is encouraging people to go for white women. Hey, if that's what you're into, who am I to stop you? Do your thing. Some people are into midgets, but you don't see me judging them, right? Let's go.
These were signs on doors, and the Tory prime ministerial campaign was if I hate to use this word, but if
exactly FBA, European by marriage.
You want to for a neighbour, vote Labour.
Oh my God.
If you want to leave, vote Conservative. That's why black people in London will never vote for Boris Johnson and the Conservatives, because we know what they're about. So yeah, it's that sort of rhetoric, and the way the media portrayed us is what has molded my experience in London. And then Africans came over, saw that in the media, believed it. And then also there's the sort of divide through the whole slave baby thing, and like we've been pulled away from our heritage, so we're not the same anymore.
Hold on. This is. Do you see how mean kids can be? Imagine somebody, like, let's just be honest, like, truly, if you think about it, a lot of the things that people are getting mad at and coming online getting mad, I swear, I mean, look, every time I hear African booty scratcher, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I laugh. Okay, it's not. I mean, because look, the first time I heard African booty scratcher, I asked so many questions. I was like, okay, like, what's the logic? It's like booty, like the kid scratching his booty, and I was like, oh, so you mean if the kid is ashy? Okay, well, that's not only African. I mean, if you're ashy, your booty is gonna need some scratching, and it's gonna itch, and you're gonna scratch it. Why you want to attribute this to just Africans? I mean, like, I've seen white people scratching their booty, but why does it gotta be African booty scratcher? It is funny. I mean, guys, be honest. This is look. Why do you think I get along with black people? Because black people say the craziest thing, right? But I always laugh because the logic behind it is funny. So some people have humor about it, but honestly, some they turn it into conflict. So that's why it's important for us to understand one another, who you can talk to in a joking manner, or somebody who would be traumatized by what you're saying. That's all. I think that's the misunderstanding between black people in America and in the UK. Between them and Africans. Trust me, I've seen some Africans. They say the wildest thing. Their thought process, their idea about culture is all screwed up. Okay, trust me, I'm very aware of that. But that's not everybody. And wherever you go, just like America, you're going to get the extremists of that society. You're going to get the ones who, no matter what, these people are just rigid. They are not open to new ideas. A lot of it is so childish, but it's crazy that people want to take it to a whole new level. A lot of it makes me laugh, but I also understand not everybody is laughing about it. I'm very much aware of that.
You can't relate to us, so that piled on top of it,
Yeah.
just made it even worse. But as time's gone on, and more unity's been, just through people traveling and more information being readily available, it's mended a lot of bridges.
Yeah.
Mended a lot of bridges. Still, obviously, there's still old school that believe what they believe, but moving forward, it's mended so many bridges, and you see so many Africans and Caribbeans dating now.
Yeah.
But back when I was growing up,
Nothing happened.
forget about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, this is a history lesson for me because as an African, I didn't know that was happening. I'm sure that some Africans out there watching this and they're shocked and they're learning.
Yeah.
But do you think
I agree with Jonita. You guys see why I bring these talking points, people? You guys see? Like, when I say African people are not even, they don't know about this. They're not even thinking this way. But you're thinking, oh, the Africans, and you're coming with your, bottled up hostility. Think about it. Africa has over 1 billion people. Over 1 billion. There is only about 4 million Africans in the United States. So when people say, oh, you Africans fleeing, it's about 4 million out of over 1 billion people. Do the math. So you're not really meeting a whole lot of people from Africa. You're just meeting few people. Maybe you know a couple in your neighborhood, but they are probably from the same country, the same region. More than likely. There are some African countries, there are some people in Africa. You have never met a single individual from those countries. Not a single individual. It's like less than 1% of Africans that travel to the US. Less than 1%. And this, I'm talking about Africans of all stripes. All stripes.
You think the exact thing is still ongoing in this modern day era? Do you think the Caribbeans and the Africans are still at each other? I know you say they mended their ways and whatnot, but do you see something that's still there?
They're still at each other. There's still some people that, you know, for whatever reason, they believe the hype, they believe what the media kind of puts out there, and they're still, you know.
So this is a real beef. So those of you that are familiar with Kwesi, when you hear the beef that Kwesi talks about between him and the Caribbeans, the Black British in the UK, this is what the beef was. This is what it was. It's a real beef between the quote unquote two groups. Obviously, is cooked up by the Caribbeans, serving the Africans the dish of what they went through prior to the Africans coming.
They still have that sort of prejudice in them.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not. It hasn't gone away 100%, but it's better than it was. But there's still some, you know, like like I went to, like I'd be out with I've got loads of Nigerian friends, and I was out with this girl, and she's, oh, he's a nice boy, yeah, he's lovely, yeah. Where's Piers from? Oh, he's from Caribbean.
Oh.
Like, she won't take back the fact she thinks I'm nice, but I'm not good enough for your daughter anymore.
Oh, because now
Yeah. So there's still.
I know Christopher Ken said, the Afridamers, this is madness. Just a few years ago, they wanted to deport Caribbeans in mass numbers. It's called the Windrush scandal. Yeah, I've read about that. Tihani B said, Afridamers are sure, let's see here. I sure do hope that you are doing this because you want a good outcome. I hope that this is not just about school. No, sure, yeah. I want a really good outcome. I want people to learn, you know, to be open so we understand each other. So if it's not about, you know, getting good outcome, I wouldn't bring the topic. Trust me. Yeah, kickback. Trust me, it's not about that.
Little things,
Oh my
but
God.
I see.
Yeah.
Let me ask you one question, because I did a show with a young lady, the Afropolitan podcast.
Oh.
She's a British Ugandan. Shout out to her.
Yeah.
So she's a British Ugandan.
right.
And I did a show with another brother in London called King Riches. And they kind of both talked about this, at least at some point.
Yeah.
But they said at some point that a lot of Africans were kind of they were ashamed because, like, you know, that at the time the Caribbeans had like the reggae thing going.
Yeah.
And so they were kind of dominating the music and the culture. And before Afro beats,
that was a big issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that, because a lot of Africans, I heard that sometimes they were going around saying that they were actually Caribbean because they were ashamed to be African. Did that actually happen?
That happened.
Okay.
That happened a lot. So I had a lot of African friends who I thought were Jamaican, because Jamaican culture is powerful, right? It's
my God.
I knew a guy back in the days. In fact, he was Gambian. He would tell people he's Jamaican. He was ashamed of being African. I don't know why. So, like, when I hang out with him, he would say, hey, if people ask you, can you tell them you're Jamaican? I said, but I'm not Jamaican. He's like, yeah, you can tell them you. I said, but that I'll be lying. Like, I don't even know how to talk like a Jamaican person, you see? So we went, and he told some people that he was Jamaican, and they asked me. I said, I'm from Gambia, you know? Like, he got really upset. But you see, those people respected me more. They wanted to interact with me more because they knew he was lying. So yeah, in the UK, I think people will probably do it for survival survival reasons.
That small island is taken over the world. Just say Bob
Yeah.
Marley anywhere, you know who this guy is.
Yeah.
Bound Killer, Beanie Man, you know who these people are. So a lot of
I think I can be Jamaican. Wagwan, talking to the rude boy. I don't know. What do you think about my Jamaican accent there?
Africans were getting like really, really bad, like teased really badly and bullied and like just being put through things anyone shouldn't really be put through. So to get...
Do you guys see that? So the people, the Black Jamaicans, British, Caribbean, who were invited there. See how people say, oh, we cleared the way for the Africans. No. What they went through, when they said they got their foothold, they were putting the Africans through hell. This is the hell that Kwesi tells us about. Jem Jewel said, you're not buying. So Jem Jewel, if I just like I show up at the reggae club and I met you, I'm like, hey, yo, girl, wagwan no. Where you say me a rude boy out of Kingston. My name is Afridamus. You wouldn't buy it? Come on now. That was a good Jamaican accent. But so whatever they went through, they put the Africans through it so much that some Africans have to fake that they're Jamaicans. You see? So you can't really say you paved the way for them. You put yourself at, put yourself in the white people's position, and now you are doing exactly what you complained about. I mean, I'm not talking about him per se. Like I said, he doesn't think this way. He lives in Africa, but he's telling us the history of how all this came about, the things that you hear, how it came about. It sounds petty, right, guys? It sounds really petty. And, so that's why we need to understand each other.
You adopted a Caribbean persona. You spoke in Caribbean slang. You went to all the Caribbean clubs and things like that. And so that happened. It's basically a surviving mechanism. Like the Indian community in London used to do it. So in East London back in the day, still is probably very racist. And Indian people get their shops broken into, they'd get their cars smashed up, everything. So Indians started putting Jamaican flags in their cars.
The Indians are smart. You see, this is the thing. When people say immigrants, how are immigrants always winning? Because an immigrant, you have to have the third eye. You have to observe. You would see people literally like in America, especially like a Black person, they will brag about things that would disadvantage them. But for me, I would observe. First of all, I'm not going to stand there and guard my car. If somebody's against Africans in the area and breaking in African cars, guess what? I'm putting the Confederate flag in my car if that's going to prevent the people from breaking in. Okay? I would put the flag in. But some people, their ego wouldn't let them. The Indians are smart. They're like, look, we got these Jamaican thieves. The guy didn't say that part, but we know it is the Yadi thieves breaking in people's car in the neighborhood there. But they're breaking in the Indians' car. But when they see the Jamaican flag, they're like, yo, that's rude boy. We don't need to break in, man. They move on. So the Indians are smart. Shoot, I would put 4 Jamaican flags in the car on all 4 windows, just in case they miss one of them.
And in the shop windows, so people would be like, oh, okay, they're Caribbean, and if I try and break it, the Jamaicans probably gonna come out and kick my ass. Yeah. Right? So they put flags in their cars and in their shop windows just to be left alone. So yeah, it was and I think that's where it comes from. Is like
Black people, you see, black people, you see how we are learning about each other? You see this? You guys never knew this was a thing. So sometimes you hear some of these people talking about, oh, you all are over here flag banging. You don't understand why people fly those flags. Some people, they live in these neighborhoods that are kind of hostile. It's just like this, I know these Puerto Ricans and these Dominicans, they like to fly those flags. Their country's flag. You know, one time I asked this guy, he's from what's the name? El Salvador. Because I was like, why do you guys like to fly your flag in your car? He said, he literally told me, he said the area where he lives, most of the people are from El Salvador. So to keep his car safe, he, you know, you put this El Salvadorian flag there so your car can be protected on your house. But you got silly FBA talking about, oh, you all flag banging. They think people are flag banging on them. The Indian is flying the Jamaican flag. You're like, oh, he's hijacking Jamaican culture. He's protecting his store, dummy. You think he loves Jamaica? Come on now.
Caribbean food, we put in all this legwork. We fought all these races. Like my dad, there was a crew of people when he was growing up. They're called Teddy Boys, and they're dressed in Dr. Martens. You know, like the braces, the white shirt, skinheads. My dad was fighting Teddy Boys all the time. Like he actually got put in prison because of it. And they,
so technically, the guys that sounds like a gang member, because he was fighting those Teddy Boys. You know, those are the ones they call the skinheads. I've seen those guys in there. You see it here in the Pacific Northwest. I used to see people like that quite a bit back in the early 2000s. They would dress in, you know, the black with the Dr. Martin shoes. But I never knew that's one of the things they do to go around, you know, kicking people's ass. I didn't know that's what they did. I used to see those people around. But apparently, okay, so his dad didn't get bullied. His dad fought. It's a fair fight between him and these people. Hey, they were in his way. They were in each other's way. They fought. That's what happens. But now you cannot say somebody else owes you because you fought. You fought the people who were threatening you.
he showed he was innocent, and they released him, which is a first.
Okay.
And so Caribbeans feel like we've done all of this fighting, getting beaten up earlier, and then you come here and then you can't even embrace us. And
so did you guys see where the sense of entitlement came? So this guy explained to us his dad fought these skinheads. Personal problem, right? They fought the skinheads. They went through this. So they're saying, oh, you don't want to embrace us. Like, you want us to look at you as above. Because when people say embrace, what do you mean? You've already been embraced, but do you want the person to crawl and kiss your ass? He himself, you think about it, is an immigrant. So it's like another immigrant group. Like when you came here, you found other people who were here. So whatever problems they went through, now they're telling you, oh, you should respect me because the problems I went through prior to you to conquer. Maybe I should tell people to respect me because, you know what? I had to go through the process of applying for green card and then getting my green card. I had to go sit in front of the white people and explain, you see, and I have to drive in the snow to go to work, you know, go to school. And yeah, it's crazy. So you guys see how the sense of entitlement is created. Now he's saying, okay, we went through this, so we have to be embraced by the Africans. Really? The Africans should embrace you because you overcame your obstacles. Let's continue.
Wait a minute. Let's say it again.
You come here and live in the same life we do, but you're not embracing us.
Sounds like somebody else that has that same argument in America.
But again, when they say embrace us, what do they mean? Like, you live the same life as us. Okay, why can't you continue living your life and I live my life? Why do you require embracement from me? When you, the same white people invited you here and they invited me too. If we get along, we can do something. If we don't get along, you go your way, I go my way. I don't owe you anything. Whatever ass whooping you took prior to me coming, that's your ass whooping. Let me handle whatever ass whooping tries to come my way. Let me deal with it the Soninke way. That's all. I'm not asking for anybody to come and handle those problems for me. But the reason why I'm pointing this out, Africans, you understand where this argument is coming? People are saying because they got beat up and now you didn't come and hail them. You don't need to do that. Those ass whoopings have nothing to do with you, my friend. It doesn't. I know some people are not going to like to hear this, but let's be clear here. Every man must carry their own cross. Every man will go through their own obstacles. The greatest thing is when you conquer those obstacles, you present it to the people coming after you as a blueprint for them to see how you overcame that. But to say, oh, you know what, I got beat up, I went through all this, so therefore I just off of that, I need to be embraced. That's not how it works. Because you notice the Africans had to go through hell. But guess who put them through hell? So it means if the racist skinheads are there, right? So Africans are getting picked on by the skinheads and now the black Jamaicans. So Africans had a harder fight. You see what's going on? So the beef was created. So throw these beefs away and realize, look, that's not how the world works. Those obstacles you had to conquer, you needed to conquer those. You know, that's all it is. There are many people who didn't overcome that. But the entitlement makes you think other people owe you. But that's not how life works.
Oh yeah, I think it comes from that as well. Like when I remember I bought a pair of Dr. Martens. I went round to my dad's house, to my mum and dad's house. Sorry, just for afternoon. My mum's an amazing cook. Go get some food. He looked straight down at my Dr. Martens. Goes, "Oh, you're wearing Teddy Boy shoes." Yeah,
it's the same thing. It's the same thing in America. Doc Martens, like if you wear that, you're a racist. You're a skinhead.
You're a skinhead. Yeah,
off top.
I can imagine my dad's in his 60s now, mid 60s. First thing he saw, Teddy Boy. Imagine like the trauma. It can't. I was like, raw. Like I want to sit. My dad's very like he's more of an observer, but I would love to get him sitting down and just.
Let me ask you this because, like, my mom went to. You heard of UC Berkeley?
Yes, I have.
So there's another good school in the system. Outside segment called UC Davis. It's one of the best public universities it's like UCLA.
Right. Okay.
That's system.
Oh, wow.
So UCLA, UC Irvine, UC.
Yeah.
I went to UC Davis in the 60s. So I think like also we saw a lot of big African migration come over like during instability in Africa. Like there's the Biafra War.
Yeah, I mean, look. Did they have the influx of Biafra people coming to America during that time? You see, this is why I want us to have real historical context and based in facts. Because if it's a conflict in Africa, okay, let's say 2, 3, 4 people came from Biafra. That's not Africa though. That's just some people coming from Biafra, a separatist area, a Nigerian, people trying to break Nigeria apart. Some Nigerians would say, why you want to aid our enemies?
So then what we started to see is like the Nigerians who were coming over, and they were getting scholarships from historically black colleges and universities too. At the time, Africa was doing, before that, they were sending their students over to America, coming to age, to go into Tuskegee.
But what O'Shea is not explaining, let's just speak on the real context of the history. In the 70s, there were lots of Nigerians coming to America and the UK. How did they come here? Let's go back and look at Nigeria. What was Nigeria like in the 70s? Oh, I remember Nigeria. The Naira was the same, had the same buying power as the dollar. You guys remember that? Go read in the history. I wasn't born, but I'm just saying, okay? That was when, they had the Iran gas issue, okay? That helped Nigeria. Nigerian economy was booming big time. Nigerians had money up the yin yang. So rich Nigerians were coming. They were coming to America, the UK, going to school. Nigerian government was paying. It wasn't no scholarship. Nobody was giving no Nigerian no money. The Nigerians had the money. They were paying for this. That's how the Nigerians were coming. You can look this up. The Naira was super strong. They had money. So it was rich Nigerians coming to these colleges. They were not getting scholarships. I mean, at least not from, because technically, like if you look at even, because people like to talk about the HBCUs do not have money. Let's just keep it real. They don't have money. Most universities and colleges, their alumni are the ones that donate. The black schools, the HBCUs, their alumni do not donate. The ones that went to those schools, unfortunately. Let's see. Christopher said the Afridamos Nigerian are saying they would rather die in Ukraine than go back home. Just read. Oh man, I'll check that out.
You're going to Howard.
Yeah.
But then, like when Ghana had their civil wars, some of their best people.
Okay, we gotta correct that. Ghana civil war. I know that there was the most closest conflict in Ghana since 1900, which would be the Ashanti War with the British, which ended in 1900. It went on for 100 years. Ghana did not have any civil war as of in modern times. There was a separatist group. I don't know if they still exist in northern Ghana, but nothing major. Last time those people were powerful was like they even made noise was in 94, 96. That was a long time ago. So Ghana never had Ghana's refugee crisis. When that was? That was during slavery, when the Ashantis conquered the Akwa Pen and conquered Ghana, conquered all the way to Kumasi. Yeah, those people got on the boats and got sent into slavery. But no, I think maybe O'Shea made a mistake here. I don't think Ghana had civil war.
Started to come to America. Like they were like already doing well there.
Yeah.
So they came in as elites. So was there ever something happening where, because in America, the beef because the African community, they're a small community, they kind of outperform the larger African-American community in academics.
Yes.
Is that also the same thing that happened?
While Akan said, Ashantis never conquered Ghana. Okay, well, yes, let's see. Davy Crockett. Yes, that's the Concomba Nanmumba conflict. Yes, 94. That's the one I remembered, but not a civil war in Ghana.
Yeah.
In the Caribbean. And who's doing better?
African children.
They're okay.
Yeah.
Like, especially is it the Nigerians?
especially the Nigerians.
Let's explain how that works, because I know that's the argument they're going to use. Like, y'all are dumb, we smart. Are they gonna say that? They tell us that too all the time.
You guys remember when they said we have beef with Africans? Dig in, you would find out they're saying, Nigerian. Okay, MS Delta said, has Afridamus ever visited a HBCU? Yes, I have. Look, MS Delta, I'm not saying they are not good schools. I'm saying the Nigerians who were coming, they had money. They were not, the Nigerian government was paying. Don't forget, they had money big time back in those days before they sabotaged them.
Yeah, they wouldn't be as raw as that, but they would just say like we lack drive, we're lazy. Like, look, I've come here, I'm doing it. Why can't you? But there's a whole different set of circumstances as to why.
To be honest, though, even here in the States, right? That's why I said it's like Nigerian. Maybe they don't get along with Black Americans because they're from the same place. It is Nigerian who would generally, I would see, that would say, oh, these people are lazy. Like they would be mad at the way Black people would act. Like for me, hey, it's a free country. You're free to be you. You're free to be broke. You're free to be rich. You're free to do whatever. But for the most part, I would say Nigerians, some of them are pretty tough on Black Americans, I would have to say.
Hey, you're doing better and Caribbean children aren't. I think African children are looked at in a different light. They're
MS Delta said, but what science building at HBCUs did Nigerians build with their money? Nigerians, it's not their school. HBCUs are American schools. Why would Nigerians spend their money in that? Nigerian government should rather improve Nigerian schools than a school in America. Let's not forget, these HBCUs themselves are built by white people. It's not really Blacks that own it. Let's just be real. It's white people that give the money. Hence, Trump signed the money, the billions to go to them. And a lot of other white people give money. So it's not technically a Black school anymore like it used to be. Now everyone can go there.
They're seen as smart. And you come from an amazing continent with loads of resource, and a lot of people have made good money. So if you can afford to send your child from this amazing continent to the West Coast, the USA, East Coast, London, your child is of a different what's the word, mindset. Because they're looking at their parents, and their parents own businesses. Their aunties, uncles own businesses. Their family is successful. They don't know any different. Whereas Caribbean children, we've come over, and my parents have done amazingly well. They own their home. They're retired now. They ain't want for nothing, but they've had to work really hard. And
okay, let's see. MS Delta said, I had some Nigerian professors at my HBCU. They were good professors and pro-Black. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I mean, like, you could be pro-Black, but still, for an African country to spend in HBCU in America, that wouldn't be smart, because white people, it's mostly owned by white people. So that's the truth. But you guys see how, like, he's argument here to say embrace. Okay, you explain, like, you're coming from a mindset, your grandfather, your father, people are into business. Like, that's all you know. There's no other option. You go to school, you do business. So if somebody else is coming to explain, living a different life or working different way, you are not trying to go that, you're not trying to follow that, and that's okay. It's okay.
I've seen it, that's what I've seen. So I've seen through hard work you can get somewhere, but
FBA and I just said Gambia is owned by white people. No, it isn't. That doesn't make sense, but all right.
It's hard. And I've dealt with being at school, teacher asking me, what do you want to be? I said, well, I'm good at art, so I think I want to be a graphic designer. Not a lot of black people in that field maintain. Why don't you be a carpenter? Now, I'm a kid who doesn't know any better. I think you have my best interests at heart.
So the white person is telling you.
He's telling me,
Yeah.
be a carpenter. Don't be a graphic designer, be a carpenter. So
But you see, though, this is where the parents come into play. You know, like if a teacher says to my kid, no, don't be this, be that. I'm sure my kid is going to tell me, and I'll be at that school and I'll ask the teacher, like, are you here to teach? Teach or try to tell him what he should he should focus his life on. So you can't really blame things on other people. Accountability. So he's saying the Nigerian kids, their parents are saying this is what the Nigerian kids are going to do. But now you're going to school, you'll see a black kid dealing directly with white people by themselves as a kid, whether white or black, but a kid shouldn't be the one having these dealings with the teacher without the parent being involved. Let's just keep it 100. So he's saying that the teacher, they would say, you know, oh no, why don't you be a carpenter? I think I've read that about Malcolm X too, where he said he wanted to be a lawyer, and the teacher said, no, why don't you be a carpenter? Hey, if someone wants to be a carpenter, nothing wrong with that. But if someone says to your kid, no, who, by the way, is not even related to your kid, it's just a teacher, they can't say that. Where's the parents at? That's what I need to know. Like if my kid, that was my kid, that's why you have to have a conversation with your kid. If my kid goes to school and says, oh, I want to be a space scientist, and the teacher's like, oh, maybe you should be a carpenter, my kid would laugh in that teacher's face. He would literally laugh. You think he's going to be complaining? No, he'll be like, man, you better get out of here. That's because I taught him different. And most Nigerian parents, they are sending their kids to school and teaching them different. Like, hey, this is what you want to do. This is, I support you in it. And this is what you're going to do. Plain and simple.
I believe you got my best interest at heart, right? You're a teacher.
Yeah.
So you've got some sort of moral compass, some sort of ethics. So imagine we've just been beat down, and we just think, well, what's the point? I feel I'm smart enough. I feel I'm talented enough, but all I'm good enough to be is a bricklayer, a carpenter, electrician, get into the police force and then get racially abused in the police force. What's the point?
It's the same thing Malcolm X's teacher told him. You want to be a lawyer?
Yeah.
Be a carpenter. Same exact thing.
That's it. And then some kids, you know, they get, their heads get turned. And they see another guy in the neighborhood they're growing up in, like, oh, look at him, he's pushing a beam. What's he doing? And then they get seduced by that lifestyle, and they get into the drug game. And then some get in it and say, well, this is way too dangerous, should be out. Some like, oh, I like this. Control my own hours, get what I want, make the money I want, get the chicks I want because now I got money. And then they get into that life. So it's just, you know, different perceptions.
Now, I know you said put the African Americans aside, but let's just bring them back in the room for a second. Just a second. No one should come for me. Now, so the African Americans face a lot of police brutality, and there's like a whole scheme, a grand scheme to put them in jails and whatnot. If you watch the Netflix documentary, you can see all of that. Yeah. Now, if Africans and Caribbeans are the same skin color, did you face that problem together? Or was it like, the police will treat Africans differently and the Caribbeans differently?
No, they treat us the same.
Oh.
Yeah, they would treat us the same. But I think that was probably one, when I was growing up, probably one.
Did you guys see? I like that, the question that Jonita asked here. do the police, because if you say racism, do the police treat the Africans the same as you? He said, yes, we do. Right? So what's the excuse here? But you would say, oh, yeah. Some people even say, oh, they pick on us because we're black, but you Africans, they let you slide. Really? An African is more likely to be darker than you, as dark as the ace of spades. But now you would see somebody who is, 50% Cherokee, and they will say, oh, they're picking on me because I'm black. You're copper colored. What are you talking about? But I'm glad this man, like I said, even his journey to Africa, I mean, I'm glad he took that journey, because for most, even in the West, honestly, I think it's important for them to travel so that they can see, leave America or UK, go see the world and see what is out there, so that your mind can change. He found his paradise in Uganda. He would have probably never thought that ever in his life. But you never know where you will find it. Some of you will find it in Utah. Some of you will find it in Micronesia. Who knows? Some of you will find it in Maputo. You never know. But let's continue.
A few times we actually came together and like, oh, this is BS. But when I was growing up, police brutality was just a part of life.
Yeah.
It was just I knew if I was out late and a police car went by me or a police van went by me, I'd get stopped. So I remember one instance, I must have been in 17.
Yeah.
And I was coming back from my then girlfriend's house. It must have been like 1 a.m. And she lived in a really nice area, loads of big houses and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I'm walking back to where I live and it's really cold. So I just flicked up my collars like that. And as I flicked up my collars, I looked that way and a police van went past me.
Oh my God.
So I heard, you can hear when a car's turning around and the engine sounds different. And now they're turning around. So they stopped me and they went...
You know what? I don't know if it's just me, but most black people, if they even ever get stopped by the cops, when they are explaining it, they will dramatize it. Do you know how many times I have been stopped by the police? How many times? I mean, uncountable. Look, one time I was driving, right? I was in this mountainous area in the middle of nowhere. It's snowing. Look, I got pulled over by a sheriff in this small town at night. Okay? And some people would probably be like, man, that's a racist situation. Some black people, that's right. But I'm in the middle of nowhere, woods everywhere. Some would say, oh man, that cop could have killed you. Right? Maybe so. But all I know is I parked, pulled me over, and that same cop, right, pulled me over twice in one night. Twice in one night. Okay? But I never thought he was picking on me, even though the second time he fabricated why he pulled me over. But either way, I'm not traumatized by it. I've been pulled over so many times before. That was back in the days. Okay? Not anymore.
Where you coming from? I was like, my girlfriend's house. I said, may I ask why you're stopping me? Do I fit the description of someone who's committed a crime in the area? Because that's the only reason why you would be stopping me.
Yeah.
So, well, there's a lot of burglaries in this area and it's late and, we're just doing our job. I was like, okay, there's way more of them than I am. Let me just just keep it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's like, have you got any ID on you? No, I just got a key and a £1 coin. And it was like, can we search you? I was like, yeah, you're just gonna find what I told you. In my pockets, I found a key and a £1 coin.
Yeah.
So is there any...
Thank you, MS Delta. He said ADOS FBA buys some oil stocks, barrels. Oh, yeah, about to skyrocket. He's absolutely right. The oil prices are going up. I mean, it's up already today. So, with the Ukraine war scare thing, it's about money, about the pipelines, about control over the place. So MS Delta is giving everyone here advice. He said ADOS FBA buy oil stocks, but he also gave the message to all of you, if you're into it, put money into the oil game. That's what he's telling you.
Anything to prove who you are at your girlfriend's house? Yeah, she's got pictures of me on the wall on her bedroom. And it's can we go back there? It's 1 a.m. No. Like that. So when I answered like that, they got a bit touchy. And because I ain't saying, like some of my friends would say, I want their ass and cuss them, and I was keeping it straight, they were like, you see them getting more and more angry. So they looked up my name. So they ran my name. And my dad, remember I told you earlier, my dad used to have fights with Teddy Boys. They still go on record. And then my sister had a fight, and she got charged with ABH. So they started trying to wind me up, say, oh, your family's a bunch of wrong uns, isn't it? Like, that's me. That was ages ago, and it's clear. Like, what are you bringing it up for? And is your brother a bit of a gangster? Your brother's name looks familiar.
So what he's saying, they were known in the system there. Somehow the sister was in a fight, but hey, that still have nothing to do with him. So they can't use that against him. Let's see. Mr. Research, thank you for your super chat. He said, I can explain this topic also when you're ready. Yeah, I'll open the lines here in a second, Mr. Research. Give me a minute.
It's me. My brother is the furthest string from gangster you could ever think about. And they just didn't like the way I was speaking to them. And then I think they just wanted me to say something wrong so they could beat me up. But they couldn't. And then one of his...
He's right. Some of you don't understand when you are being baited by officers. Like, I have seen this. Like I said, I've worked in corrections before as an officer. I've seen how, like, there's a technique you can set a mouthy inmate up to cross the line with an officer. I've seen the officers, they do it. They get them angry and tell them to stand for search, and the inmate would refuse. Guess what? That means the inmate goes to segregation because you refuse an order. Imagine you are in an argument with another man, naturally, and over something stupid, and then all of a sudden they flip on you using their badge power, telling you, they're using all the words that would trigger you, but that's their way of showing you that they have power over you. So if you're not careful, you're going to get upset and react to that. So they would say, I'm giving you an order, because they just get in an argument with you, right? So if you allow your ego to speak for you, now you are in trouble, because now you're going to refuse his order. And then, boom, you're done for. Next thing you know, you see yourself in handcuffs. Plain and simple. But you could make the person look stupid and comply. And then what can they do? Nothing. In fact, you could use it against them. But you have to have discipline and understand the mind game that is being played against you. Because people get you riled up, they get you mad, and then boom, they try to use their power over you. And then when you refuse to accept that, you're in trouble. I see some of these videos online sometimes between officers and people. That's what happens. You're over there cussing the officer out. He knows he can't touch you. just by you cussing, using foul words, but they could use certain words, give you certain commands. Now you're gonna get froggy. You think now you are big and bad. Now you got power, not understanding that the law gives the officer the power to tell you what to do, and you have to do it without questioning it at that moment. If you refuse, there are several remedies in place, because the guy can break your arm and said he did it in the process of enforcing the law because he gave you a command and you refused it. He can tase you, beat you up with, yeah, don't do it. I've seen it happen. It's a trap.
Colleagues came over and whispered in his ear something like, "This is going nowhere. He's clearly a good kid, and he's doing everything you've asked him is checked out. Just let him go." And the guy literally didn't want to let me go. And for the rest of the walk home, I was just looking over my shoulder.
Yeah.
They were following you.
Yeah.
I thought they was just going to come back for me and just scoop me up and put me in the van. So yeah, it's just deal with stuff like that all the time.
Let me ask you this. I know Juniper has a question, but let me ask you this real quick. So now Afro beats has come along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, like even Americans know about Burna Boy now. And it's kind of over. I'm not saying that reggae is still not, because dance hall is still popular. It's more popular here than even hip hop is in the club.
That surprised me a lot as a DJ.
Like even in Kenya, it's like real popular.
I play an old school bashment set here. It goes off.
Yeah.
It goes off. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So dance hall, I noticed that the dance hall music in the club is popular, but hip hop as a culture is probably a little bit more popular outside with the dance and all that stuff clothing work. But now that Afro beats is like here to stay, there's no denying it.
Yeah,
and you now live in Africa as a Caribbean. How has your perception changed about the continent of Africa? And
all right, guys, I want you to hear this part too, because here's the solution too, because he gave us the synopsis of where the beef came from and how his perception have changed now that he lives in Africa. So let's learn. You have to realize people when they gain knowledge, their understanding of life and of other people changes. He saw his opportunity in Africa, and let's let him tell us how he's doing in Africa.
And how do you think that the Caribbean world, I know like Cardi B is a Dominican, she's come to Nigeria and stuff like that.
Yeah.
How do you think that's changing now since the cultures are now kind of like blending?
I think it's just another positive image to be presented to the world other than what is normally presented, right? And I think it's great to have two, like you got bashment, soca from the Caribbean, and you've got Afrobeat from Africa, and artists are starting to merge and link up and sort of like kind of like break down the stigma attached to doing a show in Africa. You know what I mean? Because I listen to podcasts and Fat Joe's been over here, Rick Ross has been over, like people coming over and seeing it for themselves and seeing the potential and the possibility and the great lifestyle you could have. And I think that's what's really, really...
Guys, do you see why I was giving so much shout out to O'Shea, how he set this up? It's beautiful. So starting with the history, walk us through, and then to the second part where, what his life is like in the UK. I mean, if there's anything, those of you that are watching me or coming to watch me, if there's anything you should learn from this, it's not just to say, oh, Afrodamus is talking about the beef. No, it's not about, I don't believe that there is any legitimate beef. I want to make that clear. There isn't any legitimate beef. People are just, giving themselves these accolades and, like kickback, like, look at this guy. He's a big time DJ in Uganda now. He's got that British accent. He's black. Your accent can even give you advantage in African countries. So some of you here in America, you're whining, talking about all the advantage that other people have. You have an advantage someplace else. This guy is about to tell us you have an advantage. I'm just saying. MS Delta said no legitimate beef. No, I don't believe the beef is legitimate. This is why I'm making it clear for all of us here to understand. Because what he's explaining here, if all of us, all the people that are involved in this, if they truly understand what is happening, it is rather silly to say, oh, what we went through, now you come, you should embrace us or respect us. No, you should be like, hey, this is what we went through. This is what it used to be like. But guess what? We took care of that. I mean, it's still happening, but this is it. But you see, like, and, try to plug the person in. But that is not happening. And, rightfully, it's not your job to do that. But you cannot also just fabricate a story and say the people owe you when they really don't.
Really good about Afrobeat in a minute, and it's made me stand up and take notice. Because when I came here, all I had was like West African Afrobeats.
Yeah.
I didn't know about Wyke Bender, Eddie Kenzo,
Yeah.
Spice, Diana, and all these different artists and Shiba, Diamond Platinum, all of that.
That dude is huge, man.
Yo, so I'm coming here and I'm like, oh my God, I've got to relearn.
Yeah.
I thought my Serato crates had it all. Like, I thought I'm good.
Yeah.
And then the uncles at Skies are like,
Guys, do you see he's explaining his opportunities? He took advantage of his opportunities. He got there. But if he were like one of those hard-headed, Black British, FBA people, man, I'm going to be playing my hip-hop. I'm not going to learn. You just kicked yourself out of a gig. Think about it. You got your skills, right? You already got your music selection from America or Britain, whatever. Imagine if you're into DJing, you get to one of these places. All you have to do is learn about the local musician, the local music, and you add them to your list. Guess what? You become a star of the place. That's why I keep telling people, you are not a tree. You are a human being. If you think you don't have to wait for the water to come to you. If you're thirsty, don't die from thirst. If you find out where the river is, get yourself there. Drink as much water as you can. And, bring bags too. You can carry some. That's all I'm saying. But when you convince yourself, Africans are running, fleeing. Nah, they're not fleeing. O'Shea didn't flee America. This man, the guy he's interviewing, he didn't flee the UK. He went to Africa just like O'Shea. They saw opportunity. Guess what? Africa is now home for them. And it's not for everybody. If it's not for you, hey, more power to you. Just as America is not for everybody. Plain and simple.
you're a good DJ, but next time I come here, more local.
Yeah.
I had to study, and I was like, yo, this is dope.
Yeah.
This is dope.
Now, there's some things you mentioned that I think not many of us know. What's a telly boy? If you could just explain that, because I didn't get
A teddy boy.
a teddy
teddy
boy.
boy,
a teddy
right.
boy.
White racist.
Yeah. Basically, it was a group of white males dressed in a certain way, basically skinheads, and they used to go around and basically beat up anyone or try to beat up anyone that didn't look like them. And my dad ran into a lot of issues with them, If he had a few of his friends, he could normally fight them off. If he was on his own, basically had to run. So yeah, Teddy Boy.
Guys, I gotta give a shout out to O'Shea and this brother here that he's interviewing. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm learning quite a lot, because people, it's dangerous to assume. Okay, I understand some people, for you it feels like attention, whatever, but be open to hearing people's story. So that's why what O'Shea is doing here is just, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, man.
Teddy Boy Skinhead, probably pretty much the same thing.
Yeah. I'm sure some people didn't know what it meant.
So yeah, there was like when my dad was over in the 60s, was trying to make his way. He was always running into them.
Yeah.
And my dad's very quiet. He's very chilled, laid back. But if he steps into his space, he's gonna handle you.
Yeah.
And that's what would happen.
Honestly, you know, when I first saw O'Shea's videos, I used to think O'Shea was Ghanaian. I'm just being serious. I didn't know he was Black American. I thought he was Ghanaian, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
So.
Could you teach us like 2 Caribbean slangs? You know, the spirit of togetherness. I sound like an African politician.
Spirit of togetherness.
Yeah.
So
Just
what's some
like
London
one.
Caribbean? What's some London Caribbean slang?
Yeah.
London Caribbean slang.
Yeah, any Caribbean slang.
London Caribbean slang. So we say wagwan a lot.
Yeah.
See, Jem Jewel said she wasn't gonna. She's like, oh, Afrodamus, I wouldn't be convinced, you see. He said, wagwan. So, Jem Jewel, if I walk up on you in the club and I'm like, hey, wagwan, there's no way you would know that I'm not Jamaican. The man just said it. He said, wagwan. He said it just like I did.
Yeah, which is like, what's up? What you saying? Yeah.
Wagwan.
Wagwan. Another Caribbean slang, wagwan.
When you're shouting, what do you shout? Because you said you're loud. What's the one thing you're shouting about?
It's normally to get somebody to.
I have some callers that called in. Let me start bringing them in as we go. We have Diego mate. Diego, welcome in the house, Diego. Diego, can you hear me? Diego, are you there? Oh man, I don't know what happened to Diego. Diego, fix your audio. Only me, how you doing?
Hey, Afrodamus, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah,
Have you
long
been?
time.
I know. Have you been watching the program?
Yes, I have been watching the program. We're sitting was here and listening. Yes.
Isn't this a conversation, a great conversation?
This was a very amazing. I mean, it was amazing conversation because it rang a lot of bell when it comes to the FBAs and the Jamaicans. They had a lot in common apparently. Like the Jamaicans in the UK thought that they had entitlement, like the FBA do in America. Like I don't know, like the immigrants have to come and prepare them and suck up to them because they've been there longer. So I did not know that it was happening in the UK.
Right. So that's
was
why the
interesting.
conversation is because this guy the way he explained it is very like comprehensive, and he broke it down,
Yeah.
Yeah, he broke it down.
Exactly. So I did not know that was happening, but the way he said it though, he said that we were here before, we went through the shit before, and they did not give us the high five that we needed, right?
Yeah, but he's explaining, from how he used to see it, but he's definitely his mind is
It's
definitely
very similar to FBA.
Right.
I was hearing the similar
yes.
rhetoric from the American ones.
Right.
Like we've been here because of us. You're here, and now you have to suck up to us. And that is the similar thing I did not know that Jamaicans were feeling like that. But yeah, it was eye opening. It was very interesting.
Kwesi talks about it, but you see, I don't know if it's like a big brother thing. It's like our big brother Africans are here. Please save us from the white man. I don't know if that's what it is, but I would.
No.
I mean, who knows?
Nah, I think it was it sounded like more of a like uh jealousy, to be honest, what I
Well,
was
he did. He
hearing.
did say that. He did say
Yeah,
that.
he
There's a
said
part of
himself it
yeah,
was a jealousy that
yeah.
when they came and we paved the way and they start coming in and it's the same thing that was happening in America. But yeah, it's jealousy that these people came in and they start like moving and they were not like there to give them high fives, yeah, right? So
Right.
and that pissed them off. So yeah, I think this very similarity. So it was very interesting tonight, really, to see this. I had no idea this is what's happening in
It
the UK.
is. Yes, I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
bring in Mr. Research. Just hang tight, okay? Mr. Research, welcome in the house. Thank you, and thank you for the super chat, Mr. Research. Mr. Research said people talk before reading history. If they knew the documented history before they give opinions, then they would have less opinions. Non-Americans love speaking based on assumption. Mr. Research, since you're on the line here, please can you break that down?
Absolutely. Thank you for letting me speak. I want people to learn. Um, and even you said you learned a lot watching this video.
Right.
You know, um, people who don't read history, whether they're American or whether they're outside of America, they cause the most problems. Just like this young lady said the word suck up. There's no evidence of suck up. That's the impression, the assumption she gets. But let me put it in this phrase. And I've been in a lot of African spaces recently speaking. If I go to Liberia and I bond with the Americanos, because the Americanos have been there for a while.
Yeah, the Americas.
Yes.
Okay.
I can't, if I go there for the opportunity, maybe they have a business situation, and people like to use opportunity all the time. I
Mm-hmm.
go there for an opportunity. I start doing well in Liberia. I don't have any right to talk about what the pygmies should and shouldn't be doing.
The what?
I don't have any right to talk about what the pygmies should and shouldn't be doing.
They don't have pygmies up
No,
there.
no, I'm making a point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't have a right to talk about what any indigenous people in that area should and should not be doing
Right.
because I'm there for an opportunity.
Right.
I don't know what their politics are with the Americos. I don't know what their recent history.
But
So
but
when
what
I
I'm saying, so from what we're watching here from this video, right? I I don't know if you're getting into saying the people that are coming, obviously, from what this man is saying here, the Africans did not come and try to tell them what to do. He said they didn't embrace us. They didn't embrace us. He didn't get deep into it. So what I gathered is he didn't make any point to say the Africans ever told them what to do. The Africans just wanted to do their own thing and let other people do their own thing. So
yeah,
do you want to speak on that? Because in America, the
okay,
same
that's what
thing.
I just said. So when you go to he went over there, right? And
Yes,
he was allowed to do his opportunity,
he
correct?
was born there in the
Oh, he
UK.
was born
He
there.
was
Okay, I
born
missed.
there. I guess maybe his father or they moved to the UK.
Okay, well he has somewhat of a connection there already.
Yes, he was born
Okay.
there.
So this is what I was saying with the Liberia thing, and maybe you misunderstood. Um, I've traveled a lot before the internet. It's totally different than after the internet. I've seen people pretend to be African American when I'm over in Germany or France,
I'm
and then
not surprised.
come to find out they're not. You know, So there's a lot of, so in this particular
So
interview,
wait. So when you run into the people that say they are African American, when you come in contact with them, like what's the conversation usually like?
well, I don't want to derail it. I'll just keep it under 30
Okay.
seconds.
Okay, good.
Because I really want to talk about this particular thing. But there was a time when I was in Romania, Africans were treated badly, but African Americans were treated cool. And I was trying to learn Russian and Slavic, and one of the guys explained to me. He said, "We don't like beasts of burden," and I didn't understand what he was talking about. It took me a couple of months to get it. They don't like people at that time, 1990.
Right. Oh yeah.
1991.
People were close-minded.
Yeah. They don't like people who want to serve. They like people who want to
Be creative
fight or want to stand up for themselves. They like the stand up for themselves
All
type
right.
of people.
Oh, cool. So then you would, this is along the conversation here, because same thing with, let's say you're getting people, for instance, from, let's say people would in America would get example of Somalis, right? Somalis are warring people. If you come to a Somali and you're telling a Somali about to respect you because you got beat up, they're not going to respect you because that's not how they roll. You see? So you would think the person,
why would I tell him I got beat up?
exactly, you shouldn't. That's my whole point. That some people, they would tell people about how they got beat up, and then they demand respect from those people. How about leave that part out?
Oh, you're talking about with with American.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, but you can't conflate that. So let me just finish real quick. So going back to what I said about Liberia, what happens is this gentleman, he has a correlation. He has some type of foot on the ground through his father. Okay, what happens when you travel a lot? Uh, you go to Liberia, like I said in my first example, you don't speak on things that you are not connected to. If I had a father or uncle who was Liberian, like this gentleman, it would give me more of a segue to speak.
Yeah, but can you, to help us, right? Can you focus it on America and UK, because the laws are different? Like in these countries, people can come and become citizens. Like they invite people in. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So the same group of people that invite one group are the ones that invite another group.
Yes.
So that, you see, it's like he said, these people were invited,
right.
and those same people invited Africans there.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, my question is, what do you, those Africans owe you if you weren't the one that invited them there? You were invited just like them.
I think it's unfair for the Americans to say the Africans owe them. Let me let me make that clear. And let me end by saying this, because I want to make sure my true point is stated. When I said earlier, when you come to a land, you go to Romania, you go to Liberia, you don't speak on things if you're there for an opportunity, if you don't have the wealth of reading about the history and the politics. When you start speaking on things, you cause friction. So when people tell you about the fact they got hit, it's because now you're in a conversation about the history. What you're saying is allow the person to come to Liberia, say what they say, and the indigenous people of Liberia not say nothing to the person. The person shouldn't be speaking.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's the whole thing about working for an opportunity. And my last point before I share the mic is that Americans did not have no problem when the Black Cubans came over. Americans did not have any beef when the Haitians came over. A little bit when the Jamaicans came over, because some of the Jamaicans did the very same thing. they would speak on things without knowing the political history or the recent history. And that got smoothed out. Now we have no more issue with Jamaicans. So what we tend to find in many of these conversations, whether it's on the American side or whether it's on the non-American side, we have people sometimes speaking on things that they have not read or know political history
okay,
of. And
okay,
I'll land right there. Go ahead, sir.
okay, fine. We talk about reading, but reading can never trump actual experience. This man,
For us as Americans, it does.
well, this man, this man is speaking of his experience. So we have to, put more power and emphasis on that than reading. Reading, you're reading another man's word. So it doesn't, you can interpret it any kind of way you want. But this man here is more comprehensive because he's telling us his history, what he witnessed, what he lived.
Yes, but what he lived is proximity, and what he lived is a sliver of the experience. It is not what you should know about the land. He has a sliver of experience. So if we only judge things off sliver of experiences and proximity, then are we truly being educated on what we need to know
Yes.
when we give an opinion?
Yes, because we
Wow.
are dealing on a certain topic, not the entire land. But we will get to that as well. But give me a second. Let's allow Tribal African to speak. Tribal African, welcome to the show. Tribal African, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. My mic was off. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear. What's on your mind, Tribal African, from seeing the did you see this, the confusion here, like the sense of entitlement to say the Africans, need to respect us or embrace us. But in me as Afridamus, I'm saying, hey, okay, fine. You went through this, but what are you talking? You're telling me you got beat up and all this. You want me to respect you based on that, and you did that for me. That doesn't make sense. So you being an African like me, travel too, I want to hear your perspective. If you agree with me, disagree, or whatever you think, go ahead.
Yeah, before I say anything, I want to say this. There's nobody that participated in slave trade that is in Africa. So all these documents over there is wrong. All those people who sold people into slavery, all of them are in America now. So that's going to be a discussion of another day.
So you said so the slave traders themselves got. I do know
they were all bundled up.
Some of the slave traders themselves, they became slaves. So they sold them all off.
Yeah, all the Bimbia chiefs, there's record, the chiefs, they put them in the boat with all their crews, change their lineage, and all of them were shipped to America. So all those people who sold slaves in Africa, most of them are in America, but that's a discussion for another day. So this is the thing about this entitlement. I think it's coming from a position of disrespect. Okay, there's so much disrespect for the African.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's so much disrespect from African, and this is coming. Maybe
wait, you said against African or
against Africans.
Okay.
Against Africans, people disrespect Africans, and this is coming from maybe from the news or from what they see on TV. You know, all this outfit, what this European, the kind of picture they show on Africans, they show this really, really desperate Africans that are hungry, and most of these people, they think those are the Africans, so they expect all of you to be like that. But like the middle class Africans, they don't see it. So for the middle class Africans, they don't see it. So there's disrespect from that from them, because they see these people and they say, "Oh, you this poor, you can't be, you're not at my level, so you should respect me because you're poor." But
they don't realize not everybody is like that, because it's very few. If you look at the numbers,
Yeah,
there's over 1 billion people in Africa.
Those people,
and tribal African. You're from Cameroon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, in your country, I'm sure you've seen this because I've seen it. Like, for example, my father have zero interest in coming to America. My parents,
of course,
I'm the one that wanted to come. There's tons of people who are not interested in coming here.
Of course. And again, those people that they see, those people cannot even come to America. The
Right.
people that come to America are the ones that they don't see on TV. Again, this history of we did this, we did this, we did that. I'm going to take an example for myself. Like the Bassa people in my country, they fought the French. They were maquisards. They lived in the jungle. They fought the French. They gained some kind of independence. I cannot say, well, if you come to my country, you should respect me for what the Bassa people did.
Right.
I don't care about that. That is past. What did you do? You as a person, what is your fight? I can't sit on the fight of the Bassa people and say we fought for Cameroon. No, the Bassa people, they fought for Cameroon, they were defeated, and that's the thing. So you're talking about we fought, we built, we did, but it's not you. People who even did that don't even care. They'll be happy to share, for the most time. They'll be happy to share,
Well, the example also being in like Uganda, where they are, people can say they fought the British, they fought against Idi Amin for people to now have peace. Let's see, MS Delta, I think he has a question for you. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. He said, Tribal, what are you talking about? We know there are educated, middle class, and wealthy Africans. Two are hyperbolic. So, yeah, MS Delta, I get you, but some people really don't know, believe it or not. Some don't.
Yeah, then the other point I want to say is I've lived in the West. Maybe I've been around, but not in America. I've been in the UK sometimes. I know Pan-Africanism, he said, strikes back, says something. Most of these people, they want the white man to see them as their favorite.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? No, the white man should see me as the first one. I should have favor in the eyes of the white man. If you're giving that favor to other group of people, they are mad. They don't like that. They want the white man to see them first. So I'll just give my own story, my little story. When we're coming from Africa, okay, we have a baggage, a sense of responsibility, and this spirit not to fail is really, really powerful. And that pushes us to do so many things. That's people that are born in this system that they have everything for them for free. They don't think like that. For example, when I was in Italy, I was studying, I had to work to pay for my tuition fee. Okay, I had to pay my tuition fee myself. So my survivor instinct is gonna be 10 times it's gonna be 10 times more alerted than someone that was born and raised in Italy.
Right.
So there was this club that like African student, we do odd jobs, just to meet up.
Right.
So this club was a really, really big club. So we went there to do cleaning after the club. It was like 5,000 capacity. I think it's one of the biggest club in Italy. So when I went to this club, I met these Jamaican guys. They were in part of the showbiz, okay? They were like showbiz, smoking. Everybody loved them. But I was going there for a business opportunity. So when I cleaned that thing, I met the manager of that club. I said, you know what? Why can't you give me the contract to be like the cleaning, to contract me to clean this club? And just like that, I had the contract of 10,000 euros a month to clean that club. And these Jamaicans did not like me. It was like I came to take the business out of them. But
they never thought about it.
You have been there, but they were like showmen. They were talking about these girls, the smoking. That was just your interest. But my state of mind was, man, I had to have money, pay my school fees, pay my rents, live life. So my thought, as I said, my survival instinct was really, really big. So
and Tribal, you're right, because for example, even myself, right? If I had walked into a space like that, right away, I'm not thinking about doing what maybe those, people were doing, entertaining. No, I'm gonna try to figure out how I can get that $10,000. Like,
Yeah,
can
of
I get
course.
this contract? That's what I'll be thinking.
But they were not interested. They were just for the fun. They were like really popular. The girls liked them. They were like showmen, but really they had no money. They just
Right.
liked the hype that people were around them. But I was going
They're,
there
they're
with a
ghetto,
different
they're ghetto
mindset.
fabulous. You
Yeah,
call
I
that
was
ghetto
not
fabulous.
good. I was not going for you to like me, but they wanted that people to like them, talk about them. But that was not my interest. I think this is the same kind of energy I see Africans going to America to do. They just want to go there, go get it, and do what they want to do and leave. You like them, you don't like them. As long as they're making the money they want, they're okay with it. And
And
people should
you're not
respect that.
wrong.
Yeah, people should respect that, and people should respect Africans. So that's just what I want to say for
Thank
that.
you, Tribal. Thank you. So we have Dunstan in the house. Dunstan, thank you for coming in. Dunstan, what do you want to say? Since Dunstan, you're from the UK. This
man.
is perfect. It's perfect for you to call. So from seeing the video, Dunstan, like, what do you know about the brief history that we're talking about here? Since you're from the UK.
Yeah, I've got so much to say, man, Afrodamos. Anyway, thank you for letting me on. Hello to the chat. Hello to everybody on the panel. What our brother was saying here, he was so right. It was absolutely right. I came to England when I was 9.
Which brother?
The one O'Shea interviewed on the show. The Jamaican guy, Jamaican British guy.
Yeah.
Everything he said was absolutely right. Back in the day, in the 90s. Like when I came to England, going to school, obviously from Africa, there was a little tension between Africans and the Caribbeans. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the Caribbeans, they've been here since the 50s.
Right.
During the Windrush, they were invited to this country to build this country after the Second World War.
Right.
And then the Africans kind of came in like in the 80s, the 90s. So there was this tension. But it was nothing like that serious, to be honest. It wasn't it wasn't like a war, you know what I mean? It wasn't like a war. But there was a bit of a tension, I grew up for all that in East London. But now everything has flipped, people have integrated. There's no more beef going on. The Caribbeans and marrying Africans, Nigerians. The Nigerians, I'm not gonna like pour the blame on them, but you know what Nigerians are like. They're very proud people,
Right. Mm-hmm.
And they could be aggressive as well.
Right.
So they clashed with the Jamaicans. But now, man, it's changed, man. It's moved on. People have moved on from that. People are getting married to West Indian, Africans.
Well, obviously. Yeah, because he himself, he's in Africa, in Uganda. Yeah. You heard him. He's like, hey, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. In fact, let me play this real quick so we hear the rest of it.
Attention.
What did you say? Yo?
Yow. So yeah. So we don't say yo, we say yow. But yeah, sure. All my social mediums are at DJ Maintain, DJMAIN.
So guys, his name is DJ Maintain. Go look him up, follow, find him. Seems like a very positive guy. He has a lot to share. So, shout out to DJ Maintain. But go ahead, Dunstan.
Yes, so now we just harmony, man. You know what I mean? And then we over here, we're looking across the pond because at the end of the day, Black Americans, they are our people, man. They are our heroes, man. We all grew up like, idolizing black music, Black American music, man. From like the Wu-Tang Clan to Jay-Z, Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, and then all of a sudden, now they're turning around and saying Africans and Caribbeans hate them. That is
you know what, Dunstan? Even me myself, right? When I hear that, it's like, oh, what's a shock? I'm like, because black dudes, the Africans hate us. Because in America, let's be real, honestly, Black people in America, I noticed that even the ones in the UK, they are obsessed with who likes them. They're very obsessed with this. Hence, because when you talk to somebody, you have to look at the vocabulary they use. Like, I could care less who likes me, who doesn't.
Exactly.
But Black American, it's very important that somebody likes them. So to a point, it's like pushy. So they would say, "Oh, these Africans don't like us," and I'm
Yeah,
surprised.
but
I'm like, Africans love Black Americans. What are
Africans
you
love
talking
America.
about?
Are you crazy, man? African,
Yeah,
you know,
I said Africans
our whole
love
life,
Black Americans.
yeah, our whole life, man, we grew up
Yeah.
like idolizing American music,
Mm-hmm.
American fashion. You know what I mean? Even in England, yeah, even the black people in England, all we, you know, when I was growing up here, all we watch in England, yeah, because we like our television is a bit shit. So all we watch was American programs. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Fresh Prince.
But Dunstan, to be honest though, right? I know that Africans love Black Americans, but it's not going to work. You know why? Until most Black Americans change this obsessive behavior of thinking the world revolves around them, because they want people to like them without even doing anything. People already like them, right?
Yeah.
But
you know what the
now they
problem
have to create a marker to say, you know, this is how it's supposed to look like to prove that you like me. But it's like, but it's just an obsessive behavior of thinking
but you know what the problem is?
me.
Yeah, you know what the problem is with Black Americans here, right? They're not exposed to the world, man. They're not exposed.
Many aren't. I'm here. I gotta be honest.
Yeah,
many are not exposed to the world. You're absolutely
they don't
correct.
travel. That's the problem. They don't. If they go and see the world here, bro. Here, I live in England. Here, I've been everywhere in Europe, man. You know what I mean? I don't let this white supremacy thing here like trouble my mind. Or white people are not gonna like me. They need to travel, man. Just go and see the world, man. Go anywhere. Just come out of America, man. You know what I mean?
Right.
But with a lot of them, yeah, they're there and they got this thing in their mind. Oh, we're oppressed, man. You're not oppressed, man. You got an American passport, yeah. You speak very good English, yeah. People idolize you. Women idolize you everywhere. They need to travel, man. That's the problem. You know, I was watching this thing on the telly the other day, yeah, on like CNN, like the stats of Americans, not just Black America, even white America. Only like I think 45% got a passport.
Yeah, Americans. Many Americans do not travel. You know, like definitely not blacks. You know, even the white people, very small number do travel. Like if you come to America, you talk to Americans, not only blacks, even white. Even if you hear their ideas,
that's the world. That's the world. You know, just go. They need to travel, man. Go to different places, man. And you got an American passport, yeah. You don't even need a visa. You could go anywhere. Go to Europe. Go to like South America. Go to Africa. You know what I mean? And then they need to, man. They're just stuck in this little thing. And you got people like Tabit Nasheed, yeah, always complaining about white supremacy. White supremacy. Who cares about that, man? You feel white supremacy gonna stop you from doing what you're gonna do? How are you gonna stop it? It's their world, yeah. We live in their world. So it's never going to go away.
Well,
so
it's different. Tariq.
Why keep complaining about it, man?
Tariq is hustling. He doesn't mean that.
Well, I'll tell you what, yeah, he's not doing his people justice, bro.
I know. That's tomorrow's topic.
You know what I mean? But anyway,
hold on, Dunstan. Hold on. Okay. So, Dunstan, just hang tight real quick. Let's allow Primo also to, you know, give his 2 cents. Primo, welcome to the show.
Hey, good afternoon, Afrodamas. How you doing, guy?
I am doing well. Primo, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, thank you for calling in, Primo. So, Primo, you know, from what you've seen, you know, because does it sound more like a misunderstanding where people are like, oh, these Africans disrespects us? They have to embrace, you know, what we went through. Oh, you know, it's just
no, Primo. Let me tell you something. My family, I was born in West Africa, Liberia.
Okay.
I came here in the early 80s, right? And I was living up north, Boston, New York. The thing about, you know, when we was younger, when we was trying to assimilate with the African American, the problem was they used to call me, like back then, the African booty scratcher.
Booty scratcher. Yeah, I was talking about that. I'm telling you. I swear, whenever I hear that, I don't know why it makes me laugh. And I always, every time I hear African booty scratcher, this picture of an ashy African kid comes to mind. Right.
When they come to the house, your food stink. You guys don't dress right. You don't know how to put the cotton with the linen and all of that. I'm telling you. So when I was growing up, the only people that I was assimilating to was West Indians, because we all have a common trait. We all are immigrants.
Yes.
Even West Indians, they speak a little patois, whether you're from Trinity, Barbados, or wheresoever. So we all just had a little trait. You understand? So we grew up together. But the thing is, when I was younger, we used to try to assimilate with them. And it was always something roasting you.
Right. Mm-hmm. They still do online. You see it.
But here's the thing: like in the late '80s, that's when reggae music became popular, and you see the Africans used to listen to reggae music.
Right. Shabarangs.
Exactly.
Shaggy.
Africans, we all have a common goal. We come to this country to work hard.
Right.
All right. And we all assimilate. But here's the problem now, Afrodamas. You transfer that to 2020, 22 nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, they know that Africans now, they came into themselves. They got their own music.
Right.
When they leave Africa and they get to the airport, they don't got to be toured around the city by no Black American. They don't need nobody authority.
Right.
And now they come back and say, hey, these guys, how come they don't want to talk to us? They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. They're flipping it around. Because back then, I went to school here, graduated from the prestigious university up in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about Afrodamas is that we got to understand, as African, we just got to keep it moving.
Right.
We came from a different culture. We came from a patriarchal culture. Father
in charge.
Father, mother, and son. Most African Americans come from a matriarchal system. You understand? So the mother.
Well, it's flipped. In African, most of it is God over father, father over mother, mother over the children, and but instead, you got grandmama.
Yes,
over mama over the children and the simping boyfriend. This is just too common.
Afrodamas, and what you got to understand also. What works in us Black? We all Black, but the thing is, what works in our favor nowadays? Africans nowadays are more expressive.
Right.
English. So back then we used to speak different languages. They didn't know what we was thinking.
Right.
But now we speak. we more formulated English, do the movies, do the music. Now all of a sudden it's like, okay, we copying you. They say we copying them. We're not copying them. We just copying the West.
Right.
The West, not Black American, the West, because everybody.
Well, the Black Americans are they culturally appropriate white people's culture, because they look at the rappers, they copy the Italians. They wear Gucci, Prada, they're not over there, dressing like Zulus.
But
these people are getting this, from Louis Vuitton, all of them are, like white people who are on, soy diet. They're the ones designing this stuff.
Afrodamas, it's just that we, as now, even you got the Somalians, you got the East Africans, the South Africans, and the West African, and they say, well, you guys are colonized. You guys didn't run away. You guys ran away and stuff like that.
But you see, Primo, that's why I'm surprised. You see, like the Somalis, right?
Yes, sir.
I get along with the Somalis 100%. I have a business, right?
Yes, sir.
Amongst the African groups. Do you know Somalis solicited my business more than anybody?
Yes,
more than
sir.
Any African group.
Because Somalians, they most of them is in tune with the business mind.
Thank you.
Most of them tune is entrepreneurship.
They encourage me.
And family.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
We're from the same continent.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, that's the same thing Tariq Nasheed doing. He's splitting hairs. We all from the same place. Now he's saying, well, when they thought they were going to get a reparation check, wait a minute. They're not like us. We FBA. We original from here. They're trying to make it in such a way that the American government cannot cut nobody else a check but the FBA. And that's nonsense.
Yes.
Even if you go, I always ask my FBA friends this. I say, listen, me, I don't travel the world, man. I've been to Europe, Brussels, Australia, Korea, Japan. And I say, if a white man see you in the airport, you and I in the airport, if you FBA and I'm African, and you go up to a white man and says, well, you know, I'm gonna tell him I'm African. You go to the white guy and say, well, you know, I'm FBA, I'm Native American. That white man in the back of the head, like,
he would laugh.
Well, okay.
Well, but if you notice, like, even that's why the conversations, you know what? One thing I have to give to FBA people, black people, there's a lot of them that are pretty goofy, but they know where to take the goofiness. So you notice they talk about this goofy stuff about what they are. They're not taking this to white people.
No.
They're bringing this to Africans and other black people because they know exactly that's who they are related to. They know who they are related to.
That's like most African are boisterous. We're gonna share our feelings with you. We talk politics every day. The white guy just gonna sit there and he's gonna do his research. He's gonna say, okay, you think you're Indian, but your lineage is over here. But hey, if you're Indian, that's fine. Just like, you know, in America, we got guys dressed up as women and they want us to call them a woman.
Look, you know I have seen a lot of like people who would say FBA, right? Born and raised here, they've been here centuries, whatever. But guess who these people hang out with? They hang out with Africans.
Yes.
Those are the people that ever since they discovered Africans, those are the people they hang out with. So I don't know what these people online are talking about.
Afrodamas, the problem is this: they're afraid of compete. They're afraid to compete. It comes down to competition, and they rather point the finger at you in the end because they know when it comes to competing with an African. Let me tell you something. I never met an African with one job. Never in my life. I never met a West Indian with one job.
Oh, I used to have a couple of them.
Right.
Back in the days.
Right. instead of coming to the table and say, hey, brother, let me learn off of you. Let me learn off this, how you guys do this. But when they find out that, guess what? You don't need them no more. Game over. And I see a lot of Africans trying to be passive with them and say, you know, we all cool. But honestly, let me tell you something. When somebody loves you, they will say, listen, tell me about your country. You know, can I go visit? How is it? You know,
but you see, Primo, I'm glad you brought that up. That's another thing Africans need to stop also doing. Some Africans feel the need that they have to explain to other people how they came here, why they're here. Look, African, you don't need to explain anything to anyone.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You don't need to do this.
Yes,
but Primo, hold on 1 second. Let's allow Diego mate to Diego. Diego, are you here?
Yes, I'm here for Damas, man. How are you doing?
Diego, welcome to the show. Diego, I did some research on Mozambique. I'll be doing the show for Mozambique, and I'll bring you in.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. So, Diego, what do you want to say on what you're hearing here?
Okay, so the first thing I want to say is, you know, I believe that there's a fakeness being presented by, let's say, our quote-unquote brothers in the Western world. You know, because I was doing some research on TikTok and seeing videos, and the Americans said that the Africans tell their children not to play with them and marry them, but there are Americans in the comment section also saying that their parents said the same thing.
Right.
To not mess with the Africans. You know, so me personally, I don't understand this stuff when they, because I believe that they have done the same thing. And from my research, they want the African to be a subservient to them. You know, in a way, you know, this is the vibe of them getting.
I have seen that too.
Yeah, and since the Africans are not doing that, they're angry. But the truth is, there's nothing the African is doing that's illegal, you know. So I don't know what to be mad about. The African travels there, he pays for the flight, he works, he gets his salary, he pays the taxes, he buys his property if he can afford it, he keeps it moving. So I don't see what's the problem. A new country requires a different way of thinking, you know. So yeah, I think it's all a delusion from our quote unquote brothers in the Western world, you know.
Well, that's why
Can
we
I
gotta
interrupt,
call.
please?
We gotta call it out. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You know what? Yeah, what this brother just said is absolutely right. But at the end of the day, yeah, right. I do sympathize with like Black Americans because like what you don't know, yeah, Afro-Damus, yeah, like you're a traveler. You used to live in Sierra Leone. You see how people mingle, interact. Like a lot of people are fear of the unknown. You know what I mean? Because they don't know, they've got that fear. I would just love people to just like shake that fear off. I got a perfect example. I'm JT. I don't know if you follow Trapflix TV.
Who?
You know JT. JT, the bigger figure.
Yes, yeah, I know.
You
JT.
know, it was in Burkina, and then he went to Kenya, and then right now his son has never set foot on the continent. He went to Africa, to Kenya, and to like with his dad, and then right now, yeah, Jelani, his son, is staying in Kenya. He said, "Look, I don't want to go back to America," and he's never left America. He's there, and he goes, "Yeah, I want to stay." He's there by himself. His dad left him there. You know what I mean? I'm thinking,
Look,
you know,
Dunstan, let me tell you this, right? Because I've mostly lived in major American cities. Most teenagers, I can assure you, especially Black teenagers, you take them to these African countries in these cities, then they are not going to want to leave because they will be, nobody's harassing them. You know what I'm saying? Look at the Black family, look at their children, look at the, you know, go watch their videos, look at the parties they throw. In the Gambia, they're throwing pool parties. Do you know if that were here in America, they would call the cops on them? But they are free to do this. Those kids are having a blast.
They said they're never gonna come back to America.
Yeah, they said they're never gonna come to America.
Never. You know? But that's why you could play big parts. You know, like what
oh yeah, most definitely. I want to wake Black. Honestly, see, people can call themselves FBA, whatever, but I want to wake them up to
you know, like
to a different option, you know, to see to see the truth.
Look, man, and
like here, hold on. Like here, FBA Lucky said, "We are not mad at your Uber Eats job." Well, thank you. I'm glad you're not mad. MS Delta said, "Africans, leave your American dream. Stay out of FBA. Does FBA politic business." Okay, I'll make sure the Africans get the message here.
We are.
Yeah. But Dunstan, say that real quick so we can allow Fitowari and South African Red Pill. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm not.
You know, FBA. Trust me, FBA Lucky. He's funny. You know,
one more thing quickly.
Yeah.
What Black Americans got to realize here, right? No one could explain it to you. That feeling here when you're in the continent here and everybody's black. I swear to God, yeah, you ask any other African American, yeah, that feeling there is no one could explain it to you. It's a feeling that you've never experienced. Just seeing black people around you, man, and you feel free. Go ahead, mate.
You're absolutely. Fito Rari, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Fito, where are you calling from? I know you've called here before, but I don't remember.
So I was born in New York, and my parents from Trinidad. My folks from Trinidad and Grenada.
Okay.
So right now I'm in Trinidad. You know, I stay in Trinidad right now.
So are you surprised to hear the video we're sharing here in the conversation that the Caribbeans, Jamaicans who were in the UK, they had this quote unquote beef with Africans? Pretty much they want to hold the Africans, treat them the way they were treated by the white people.
I'm not really surprised because I know the history. I know how the history of that went. Like
so you're not surprised? Okay. I want to hear this. Go ahead.
Because it's like every group that goes to a different place, the group that was there have to kind of come to a point where they accept them. And sometimes the process is a quick process, and then sometimes the process, takes time, and it has a lot to do with the wanting to be accepted by the dominant society. You know what I mean? For example, when the British invited the Commonwealth people in the 1950s, there were Africans who went, but those Africans left after they worked and stuff. They went back to Ghana, they went back to Nigeria.
Hold on. You know what's funny? Peter Worry, you know what's funny about this? My grandfather fought in the British Army, very well decorated. In fact, my grandfather invited by the Queen of England to the Buckingham Palace. I have proof of all this. My grandfather is highly decorated British soldier from the 1940s. He fought in the Second World War. You see, I'm talking my grandfather, direct my mom's dad.
Right.
So,
they didn't
so we
stay.
were invited, but they didn't stay.
Right.
You know,
They went, and you know what they did because at that time in the 1950s, the big push was for self-governance. So most of those people who came and they were in the Commonwealth, they went back and they fought for the independence of Ghana.
But you know, another thing I have always noticed also, I think I make some people jealous because my grandfather was a highly decorated British soldier and invited by the Queen to Buckingham Palace to go have tea. In fact, I remember when he went there, this was one time 2001. I was going to join him in Buckingham Palace, but I had some exams to take. When I tell people this story, they get very upset. They don't understand why I speak the way I speak. Because the way they look at the Queen, my grandfather goes and visit the Queen and have tea with the Queen. But some people, when they speak of their grandfather, they speak of their grandfather as a victim. Now, to me, I cannot relate to that. I cannot. But go ahead.
Right. So now, and what happened is most of the Caribbean people, they stayed in England. You know, that was what the whole Windrush thing was about, because people stayed and some people were never even became citizens. You know, they just stayed over the time. They had children, generations. You know what I mean? So this
you know, the British did them dirty too, because I read years ago, the
but
British were trying to deport them, which is dirty.
The new wave of immigrants coming, you know, they came with a different mentality. You know what I mean? They didn't, you know, and it's the same thing that happened in America to a certain extent. But I think that the group that's there already, because that group is second class citizens. When you really look at it, black people in England,
you know,
black people in America is second class citizens. So this next group,
but in America though, in America, the black people are considered more like a first class than citizen than in the UK.
But when the thing is, when they see that another group is coming, they always, if you know, they talk about people coming to replace them. You know what I mean? They fear people coming to replace them. And I think now, why it's a problem now, because there's always been immigrants coming to America. And the thing is, most black immigrants that go to America just basically integrate because they get counted as black American. Within one generation, they've integrated into black American society. But I think the problem is now is because like the Nigerians especially are becoming like the most popular black people on the planet. You know what I mean? At one time,
I mean, there's a lot of them. Well, look, the thing is, the Nigerians, I think they will continue to be the popular black people, because think about it. The Nigerians, the same black people in America, you know, is the same Nigerian group, right? It's the same people from that territory called Nigeria.
Right. That's true.
They are just loud people. That's just who they are. It doesn't matter. They could be in America for 1,000 years. They're still gonna be Nigerians. We from Africa, we could see that they are Nigerians, but they don't know that.
But I think those who call themselves like FBA and ADOS.
Oh no! If you hear FBA, they are Nigerian. Anybody that calls him Tariq Nasheed is a he's from the Igbo tribe. Okay, these people are Nigerians.
So
can I make a point, man?
Go ahead.
Like,
I just want to comment.
Hold on, Fita Worry. Let him say something, and then you can take on. Go ahead.
Not to deviate too much because I'm about to leave, man. I just want to make a point. Like all these guys saying that the Africans go build their home and all this stuff. I asked them, why don't they say the same thing to the Jew? Because there are more Jews in New York than in Israel. So why don't they tell that to the Jew? Go build your home. Because the African in hand, he's just 4%, 6% Africans in America. Now, the Jew is more Jews in New York than in Israel. So why don't they say the same thing to the Jew? This is my question.
Well, because they are talking about their relatives from Nigeria. The blacks can't help it.
But they...
But you gotta understand, they cannot say that to the Jews simply because they're
not related to the Jews, because the Jews would shut them down.
They're not true. They're not related to the Jews, but they're looking at you and I as their replacement because of their skin color.
Right.
You understand? Because the whole thing is that they think you need, by you being black coming to America, you need to pay something to them because guess what? Their forefather built the country. That's where the understanding is. So when you doing your job, you're working, doing whatsoever, they think, guess what? He owes me something. Because if it's not because of their forefather, you won't have this opportunity. That's the reason why they bring the smoke to the Africans. And when you bring smoke to a West African, usually you're gonna have you're
gonna get smoke back.
you in for debate.
Honestly, they are better off going after the East Africans minus the Somalis.
Right.
To be honest, but West African. Everywhere, because it's the same group of people. But MS Delta has a question. MS Delta, thank you for the $10 super chat. He said, question. And Primo, I want you to take on this. He said, question, why do Africans have a problem with the words ADOS FBA? It can be viewed as just a tribal name. I don't have any issues. I don't know about all this.
Africans don't have
It's just not real. It's fake.
It's not realistic because Africans do not have a problem with ADOS or FDA. The problem is this, that ADOS and FDA is claiming that they Native American, whereas we know who the Native Americans is.
Right.
Right? Now, the Native American was there, and years later, you got assimilated with the slave assimilated with a Native American, and it became a different kind of people. But the Native American cannot come up and say, hey, look at a black man and say he's an Indian. Till this day, the Native American Indians that was close to being the Native American was the Seminole Indians.
Let me tell you a great, Native American saying.
Yes, sir.
They said to the white man, look, we forgive you for invading our land. But what we can never forgive you for is bringing these niggas into our land. But let's bring SA Red Pill. SA Red Pill, welcome to the show. What do you want to say? No,
I wanted to say, how are you, Mr. Fernandez, man? It's been a long time.
SA Red Pill, thank you for calling in. What do you want to say from what you're hearing, my South African people? You see, like I've heard in other parts, they say, oh, the West Africans don't get along with South Africans. I get along with South Africans. I don't know what people are talking about. No, I said, I hear they will say this, but again, it's the beef that some Nigerians have with South Africans. But for the most part, I'm okay. I'm cool with South Africans, and I'm from the West. Thank you, Mr. SA Red Pill, for coming in. What do you want to say?
Oh, and funny thing that you mentioned that I guess I'll first start by saying I look at
What happened to John? What happened to you? Are you there?
Sorry. Yeah, I had to switch networks. Can you hear me now?
Are you in the rural area?
No,
Oh,
I had to change for my network. It's yeah. I just wanted to say that since you're saying the whole Nigerian thing, I think it will be okay for you to also maybe on your upcoming shows look up Dudula Operation.
The Dula is that the recent fight thing?
Or Dulula, I think it's Dulula. So yeah, it's just look it up. Just look it up, and then
Okay.
on this topic,
How do you
I'll write it in the backside.
Put it in the private. Yeah, and
Yeah.
MS Delta said, Afridamus, that was a good joke. You've been around ADOS FBA. Trust me, I have. I continue to be. But go ahead.
One thing I've noticed though, right? And it's not like I've just this is something that I've just observed in general from YouTube and also Twitter and stuff, is that I feel like because a lot of Black Americans, this is just my view, right? It may or may not be true, but that a lot of Black Americans, because they can't actually live with one another for most times, like they this is like one of that similar topic that, you know what I mean, like at least will get us together. So let's just keep pushing this trend of like even because there was even obviously, like, I go in clubhouse and stuff, and this is just things that I've noticed that you rarely see clubs or rooms with Black Americans together and not arguing, right? It's only that specific one, and it's always started the most by Black American women, right? It's almost like they're doing it.
Loudmouth women. You see, this woman, what they need is this woman. They need a man over them. They need a man to marry them. There's a lot of these Black American women running around talking about.
Exactly, you got my point.
Since polygamy is legal in Africa, African men, you need to come pick up some of these single loudmouth Black American women and tame them. That's what you need to do. Don't keep them here. Take them to Africa, okay? That's all I can say. So that we can help them reform. Help them reform. I mean, I don't mind taking 4 of them.
I mean, the men are in Dominican Republic right now. Of course, we're the last hope.
Yeah. So, okay, cool. South African Red Pill. And we have our chief ambassador here, Mr. Tunaya. Tunaya, welcome to the show. Tunaya, what do you want to say about, what you're hearing?
Thanks for having me, by the way. I'm not so sure what this thing is. I don't feel like this is going to...
Have you been listening to Tunaya? Look, the problem is, first of all, today, this is a Friday, Tunaya. I do not have any time for anybody to come here and try to criticize me about my topic. So wait, Tunaya. My problem, what I'm saying, I'm trying to get people to learn. But you want to come here. I see what you're trying to do here. But Tunaya, today the people want to unite. Please don't do this. Talk to your former Nigerian people. Tell us what you want them to hear.
You think you know what I wanted to say, but you've not allowed me to say it. But
go ahead. Go ahead, Tunaya. We're listening.
Yeah. What I was trying to say, because you were saying something about you getting along with South Africans. I see what is going on is that personally, everybody, at least many people, are saying that I'm against South African because I make a simple criticism of them. And the only time I had that with African Americans, African Americans, we disagree a lot. The only time I had that with them was one of the first time I spoke to them, and that was a big disagreement, misunderstanding. And in the end, everybody came around.
Right.
But whenever I try to talk to South Africans like that, they put up a wall and they refuse.
No, wait, Tunaya. Hold on. The South African topic, that's maybe before the weekend. I already have a topic for South Africa. Leave South Africa out of this today. I would reserve this for you to come on the South African one. Today, let's talk about, our Nigerian people, Ghanaian people that went to Jamaica and America. Those are the ones we're talking about today. And also, MS Delta, thank you for another super chat. MS Delta said, Afridamus, tell to Niger, I want my Nigerian oil reparations. I am ADOS FBA with some Nigerian. Hey, to Niger. MS Delta wants his money. So go ahead.
I don't have any problem with that. I've said it several times. That if they want to make a case to Africans for reparation, they have a right to be fair. Why is it that they have a right to do it in America? They don't have a right to do it on the continent that gave their forefathers away. So they can do whatever they want to do. And personally, if I was the one in charge, I would try to redress that balance once and for all.
Sure.
So from the point of view of
Sure, we believe it.
Come on, what do you see? Okay, you know that I've actually believed in that for a very long time. When I said,
sure,
I
said I believe it when I see it. I'm not denying. Sure, Tunaya, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, regarding this stuff that goes on when we go to the diaspora, and there's this, they are trying to. Some of them anyway, they try to act as if we disrespect them, and it's almost as if there's nothing you say they don't take an offense.
Hold on, wait, Tunaya, I want to ask you something. I mean, it's just a yes or Tunaya. I understand many people they would say it's the Western blacks, but I see your war is with South African blacks. Why is that? Do you have something against South African blacks?
No, I don't have anything against them. They have something against me. That's the problem. It's like they are.
But you're always talking about them. They never bring. They stick with the topic. They never bring your name up.
See, you can say whatever you like about African Americans. They do take criticisms, and sometimes even when they disagree with me.
Wait. You're trying to say African Americans take criticism better than South African blacks?
Yes.
Oh,
right
bullshit.
Now,
I would call bullshit on this.
Oh my God. You go and talk to a South African and make
I would call bullshit on this.
Defend themselves to death.
No, I would call bullshit on this. South African blacks, I'll call bullshit on this too, Naya. I think you're biased against South Africa.
No, I'm telling you from my experience. I'm telling you, I've had Nakmizi, we had an argument for more than 3 to 6 months, and I've had.
Well, you're both Nigerian. There's a difference.
I've had arguments with empowering Edos. I've had so many disagreements.
Empowering Edos is Nigerian. She's Igbo.
They never take it personally. But South Africans, they seem to be hell bent. Like they are defending themselves. I don't get it. Maybe because people accuse them of being xenophobic. That's why they are so defensive. No. They don't back down on anything.
Tunaya, the South Africans, if you ask me, these people are very patient. They're willing to hear people out. They don't run away from any discussion.
See, I'm not talking about all South Africans. I'm talking about the YouTube ones now.
The YouTube ones. Those are the ones I'm telling you.
They are very defensive. They are those ones that I've encountered anyway. I don't know about the other ones. I've not met one South African YouTuber that doesn't mistake even constructive criticism for insulting their country. They just approach it like that.
But why would you? But they have the right. They should defend their country. They love their country.
People talk about Nigeria not having power all the time. People talk about corruption in Nigeria. You don't see me having a go at them because they say that. It's a bit of a difference there.
So Tunaya, you are in the UK, right?
Yes.
Were you surprised to hear that this type of beef, how it's fabricated, like people that the Jamaicans that came prior, this is how they felt? Were you surprised?
How they felt about what?
Like saying, okay, the Africans did not embrace them.
Oh yes, they felt that way.
But Tunaya, okay, like you're from Nigeria, you and I were from West Africa.
Yeah.
Okay, would you confirm this? If I'm lying, correct me. Generally, like Africans love, Western blacks, Jamaicans, all of them. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Okay.
100%. That it's a bit of a weird thing, but when they come to the diaspora and they meet each other in the European environment, so now the only thing they have in common is European culture, and it sets them apart somehow. I don't know how that happens, and then there is a little bit of distance there. But from the point of view of the continent, like just this last week, Jamaica and Nigeria, they had a summit in Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. So they are meeting. Jamaica and Nigeria. Yes.
That's not good.
What is your problem? What do you want them to do? Not talk to each other?
Look,
they are having summits now almost regularly every year.
Because Nigeria, what is the problem with Nigeria? You guys, this jealousy, you guys need to stop this.
What is your problem? We are talking to them. You are saying jealousy.
No, anything that Ghana does, you guys just want. So Ghana talk to Jamaicans. You Nigerians, you can't leave it alone. You had to go behind Ghana's back to talk to the Jamaicans.
No, you are mistaken. This has been happening well before the year.
No. But how come we never heard it? How come we only heard about the Ghana one and the non-visa?
Oh no, I just heard about it myself. I didn't know Nigeria was meeting Jamaica all this while before now. I didn't know.
So what is Nigeria's plan?
To deepen trade ties and political and all the other ties with them. That's what they are trying to do. They are just it's not like a year of return kind of thing. They just met them like meeting. They have summits. Like even Kenya hosted a meeting between the whole Caribbean and Africa. So and it's a good thing that these things are happening. So I'm not surprised that the West Indians, man, that really bad. One lady said, one West Indian lady said something very touching the other day when I was listening to her. I'm not surprised they feel that way because there is an element of separation when they meet here. But when they meet on the continent, nothing like that. They blend in just fine. There are many Jamaicans in Nigeria.
Okay, I would have never asked you this question, but MS Delta, he paid a super chat for this. Myself, I would have never asked you this question because I don't want to ask you this on this topic, but I have no choice. I have to. MS Delta said, what Niger think about Russia and Ukraine? He always say black people and countries need larger militaries. I would have never asked you this, but since the man paid, I would just let him, I'll let you answer
I think people are beginning to understand what power truly means now, isn't it? They are beginning to understand this since when I was saying it before. That one country can just come and redefine the nation and say, okay, I create another country and you disappear from the map. So that's what tells you what power really does. Russia is going to war now, not because they have been attacked physically, just because of their threat assessment.
Well, thank you. You said it well. You said it well there.
So
Tunaya, before the weekend ends, I have a topic about how I have proof that Nigeria is jealous of South Africa. And I'm going to I'm going to do this show here to prove that Nigeria is in fact jealous of South Africa.
See, that is the last thing in the minds of Nigeria. Nigerians took pay cut to support South African independence. Come on.
You cannot escape this one.
Oh, come on. That is so ridiculous.
In fact, not only from your government level, I have seen how you have shown jealousy to the South Africans online.
Oh, no. I think if you want to accuse Nigerians of having a bit of a tiff with Ghanaians, yes. But South Africans, that's the last thing in Nigeria. The only thing that Nigerians think now about South Africa
come on, Tunaya. Tunaya. Really, you're going to sit here with a straight face and say the last people on you guys' mind is South Africa? Are you kidding me?
Yes, actually.
Okay, well, I'm going to prove. I'm going to bring the proof. Wait. I'm going to bring the proof to show that, in fact, they are the number one on you guys' list. I'll bring the proof.
Show the proof online.
I'm going to. Don't worry. I'm going to do the show.
I have proof showing fully well that the only time Nigerians started talking about South Africans was when they saw their people getting killed in South Africa.
No. That's not the only time. Don't worry. I'll bring the proof.
Okay. If you have another one, I would definitely like to see it.
I will bring the proof to show.
I can tell you that as a lone Nigerian, I have never thought about South Africans in any way until I started seeing that those attacks. I have a friend as a South African. I sent a message to him. I said, "What is going on in your country?" He said, that's what he said. I'm not the one that's quoting him. He said, many of these people are not educated. That is the reason why. That's what a South African told me in his message that he sent back to me. He said, many of these people that are doing these things are not educated, so they don't know any better. That's what is going on in South Africa. That was his explanation for what was happening. Then I said, but how can they let this happen when they have other people oppressing them? Because in my head...
Okay, Tuna, if you say that, right? How can these people try to oppress Africans when they were oppressed by people who are not Africans? You know,
They are not oppressing Africans. They are attacking Africans. They were
well,
not, I
well,
don't
I'm
think
not
they want
saying
to
that they're
oppress
trying
Africans.
to.
They just attack them. They don't want them there. I don't think they are trying to capture Africans and oppress them. That's not what the South Africans are doing. They are saying you people are bringing
No, I'm
crime
talking
here.
about the UK and America, like
Oh yeah, those ones
DJ Maintain is talking about. But Tunaja, hold on 1 second, okay? Google A, welcome to the show. Google A, where are you calling from again?
Texas.
Oh yeah, I remember it. Google A, thank you for calling in. You're FBA, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Google A, are you surprised to see the video that we're analyzing here? And like, you know, what you've heard, like as far as the dynamics between the Caribbeans, I mean, in the UK, how it used to be, you know, between them and Africans.
No, I think because it's more similar to the whole Black American and African situation, and I think that even Black Americans get along better with West African people or West Indian people. So not really surprised, because I think wherever you have a group that's been there a while, then when a newer group comes, it's just going to be like a conflict, right? Like I think that's just a common plausible thing that you can kind of see that's gonna come. I don't think that it's uncommon at all.
True.
So like for example, when I say
the Italians and the Irish in the US too.
Definitely. I think that what I wanted to mention was like a lot of something you always miss is that the Irish were slaves too, right? No one wanted the Irish. I'm from Louisiana, and we have a ton of Italians, a ton of Irish, and the white people who are, what they call foundational white Americans, right? The ones who they call red-blooded. That's a thing. They don't accept them the way Black Americans kind of don't accept Africans. It's the same thing. I just think no one sees the dynamic, as closely, especially when you're not a part of it.
So do you see like this guy here, DJ Maintain, right? He's in Africa. He's a big DJ in Uganda doing his thing. So that's not his thought process, right? So obviously improvement happened. A lot of Caribbeans, they go to Africa doing business. Do you foresee the gate opening also, Black people really understanding Africans, and eventually Africans even coming, all these single, ratchet women running around? Maybe Africans can scoop up like 4 or 5 wives at a time. Do you eventually see this happening?
I don't. In what country?
Well, they can scoop them up from right here, Louisiana, Texas, all over, and take them to Africa.
I don't think that's happening.
Are you capping right now? Are you capping right now?
No. 4 or 5? That's a bit
well,
much.
maybe 4.
I'm not gonna lie and say that there isn't some kind of foundational issue with us as Black Americans, right? There is.
Right. Somebody has to educate the women, right?
Oh, I agree. I think there definitely is an issue of the woman and the man. The man isn't in the correct place, and neither is the woman. I agree with that. I don't disagree.
Maybe I should open up the woman boot camp in Africa.
The thing that I see, though, I'm not gonna lie, like you guys, when you start to come here, you do assimilate, and I notice a lot of Africans do take on the cultural values of Black Americans. Like I see a lot of young African girls and boys that they start to seem like less African, right? Like the cultural values.
Like when you say less African, explain.
I went to a really big university, and there was a African club group for like Africans who came over here, and they would throw like parties and things like that. And you had to know an African or be African to get in. And
oh, really?
Yeah. It was a big thing. And when they were together, it was more cultural. But I started.
So wait. So you have to be African to get in.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're copper
what does she mean? No cultural.
Copper colored Indian, you can get in, huh?
Well, no, I wasn't allowed in, and I'm a lighter skinned person, so
Yeah.
you
So,
know.
oh damn. Damn. You can just say you're fuller. Go ahead.
What you know the thing with the Indian thing that I think is very misplaced, and I think that people don't describe well is we're not trying to say that we are Indians per se as like, oh, that's how we look, or that's we're saying that we're still like the same black people. We still look black, but that was originally what we were. Because if you pay attention, I don't know, in the Oxford Dictionary, nigger, that word refers to as American Native or Indian.
No, no.
Yeah, look in
They,
the
they,
Oxford
they,
Dictionary.
I have read books that were written. I'm talking about in
Same here.
1735.
We can go to
Hold
1400s.
on. 1735 about inhabitants, people, natives of Africa. Guess what they were called?
A nigger?
Negroes.
Well, by you go through
Because there's no
1700s.
way an American, they
That's
cannot
after
call.
they discovered Black Americans on this part of the continent. The
No,
1700s
they
was
were
already
already
when they're
called
here.
that. They were already called that when they
I
came
haven't
here.
read any documents in reference.
Before the African was already, because that's the scientific term. I know most people want to die on that hill, but unfortunately many people don't really read books. But
That's
I
true.
hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if you go back and read those books, I mean, the entire country of Nigeria, for crying out loud, is nigger land. What are you talking
I mean,
about?
I've never heard of that, right?
That's
But
what it's called, Nigeria.
I never knew what that meant. I thought Niger would have been
over
close to that,
over
but
over 200 million strong. You can't get no blacker than that.
I understand that, but I think that the point that's being missed and what kind of makes people flustered is that there is a separation, right? Just like you guys are not like you're not gonna go to someone from Ghana or Somali and say that you guys are the same, right? Because if most people in Africa, I think you
So
guys
what's the
believe in
separation?
Christianity, right? So even if you believe in that rhetoric of the Bible of the Christian text, it even says that no one is the same. There was no such thing as a diaspora or Africa. It was by land and by tribe.
Oh no,
So how do you
Africa
then?
do exist. Trust me, I've heard
Oh,
people.
not as Africa though.
Oh
By
no,
it
as
didn't exist as
Africa.
Africa, but
What do you
the
want to
thing.
call it?
Well, there was no name. It was just land, is what I'm trying to
What are
say.
you
It was.
talking about? Every place has a name. I've even heard
Yeah,
people
there was a
say,
name. Of course, Egypt was Mizraim, right? So it's not even a
"Well,
correct
Egypt
name
is
to say.
one spot in Africa." But for example, I hear black people say, "Oh, these countries are named by white people." It's a big lie because Gambia, you could go read. You could go read as far back as the name. That's not given by that's not a European word. It's always been called that. That region, that place was called that. Sometimes it was called Senegambia.
Yeah, so you don't
But
believe a name
but
change happened because
no,
you know
but that's
that
the name. But what I'm saying
the
is,
land goes in accordance to the last name of the lineage. Like that's biblical evidence. That's even in America. That's if the queen, their name, your last name holds value. So who is
but
Gambia that
do
their
you,
last name hold value to attribute it to the land?
but do you know what I call, my place where I live here, right? You know what I call my mansion?
What do you call it?
Timbuktu.
Is that your last name? What is?
You never heard of Timbuktu?
Oh, Timbuktu.
Yeah, because I discovered this spot here, so I call it Timbuktu.
But
You
let me ask you,
see?
did
But
you know
somebody, the white man, is gonna come and tell me, "Nah, man, this ain't no Timbuktu. Timbuktu is in Mali." You see? But in my head, this is Timbuktu. But go ahead. She's like,
What I was saying is that the farther you go back in history, especially in African history, there was no united diaspora front that you guys I think like to put on in modern times. Like there's still strife, right? There's still strife there from country to country, and within a country there's strife from tribe to tribe, right? So it's like that the oneness that's being created is false. Like, I think you can allow people to be who they are. Like, it's fine that someone is from a random country and that someone else is from another random country. They can be that. And I think that, yes, both people are black, but there are two different types of black people.
Yes,
You're not
I
going to
agree
go
with that.
to, yeah. And I think that that's what Black Americans are saying. Like,
Yeah, but my point is, like we're saying, like we covered in this video. For example, you're talking to a guy. There's no need to be like, man, oh, because I'm like, oh, Google, hey, what's up? You're like, man, I don't date no African guy. Because see, I'm a yellow bone. I'm mixed. You see what I'm saying?
no,
That's
there isn't that.
but you know,
That's a
you
bad
know what I'm
attitude.
saying? This is why so many black women are single and destitute. You
I
see?
agree. I think that that's a bad attitude. That's a bad way to go. But it is an American taught thing, right? Like, so that's just kind of where that comes from. And then if you look a certain way, they don't feel like they have to date a certain kind of man, right? Like, if you look like a certain type of person, like, that's black is like nuanced in America. Because then when you refer to black people in America also refer to mixed people and heavily mixed people as Black American because of the history. So it's kind of like, I think that you guys haven't even unpacked that level of people like Alicia Keys and Drake and all
Trust me,
these people,
trust me, we Africa, we're working on a package to see if we would accept, the of color people. That would be a whole different
But
topic.
for
But
academics,
yeah.
we do have mixed people in Africa. We got
Oh,
Lebanese.
actually, the first, no, not even Lebanese. The
You
first.
got the Indians mixed with the blacks, the Lebanese, the Pakistani mixed with the blacks. But regardless what the mixture is, usually they're still black. We're still black. So I got a question for her.
Go for it, and then we'll allow black critic also to say something. Go ahead.
Okay, I got a question for her. When she travels, how is she referred to as when she traveled the country? Did she ever leave the United States?
I haven't
she
yet.
can answer.
You see,
I
you
haven't left yet.
You see, because once you leave the United States and when they become a parent, we are one people. That's when your eyes really gonna open and say, listen.
In fact, somebody sent me a video of how black Americans were getting discriminated in India. I'm gonna do a video on that.
Yeah.
I have the video. I'm gonna show you guys. You're getting discriminated exactly just like the Africans.
Because
go ahead.
The Indians usually use a class system, So
even though they have pretty dark people there,
right?
Yes.
The dark people are below the
Yeah. They got the North Indians and they have the South Indians, and it's a class system. The South Indians is closer to the equator. My thing is this. I got a question to ask her. So how do you go back tracking your FBA lineages? How do you go back?
Well, it's not even hard. Well, I'm from Louisiana, and it is very apparent where someone comes from. We have a coin in Louisiana that is literally a Black Indian on the coin.
Yeah, I've been. I've been there a couple of times. But what I'm saying is this: Louisiana have the French, the Place Blonde, the other mixture. Louisiana got the French mixture down there.
Yeah,
but I'm saying to you, how do you guys come in and say, hey, listen, I was here before? And let me ask you another question. Mm-hmm. You know about Timbuktu, right?
I don't know much.
Okay, here's the thing. Maybe after this you can Google Timbuktu, because back in the days, Queen Isabella, the Portuguese, all of them had to go down to Timbuktu because those guys in Mali had the best chemists, the best libraries, the best books. And in Timbuktu, they have a lot of rich rulers that came to Americas way before Columbus.
I don't want you to encourage her to Google Timbuktu. She might end up finding my house, So. I'm not trying to encourage people to Google Timbuktu, But go ahead.
because the reason in being is because you gotta understand the rich ruler from Timbuktu traveled to North America got here way before Columbus. And maybe if you know, I'm just trying to know your history. That I mean, how did black assimilated with the Native? I don't call them Indians because it's Native American.
Yeah, well, first of all, they are they aren't native if they came across the Bering Strait, right? So how can they be native to America when science agrees and American history agrees that they came across the Bering Strait?
Well, they
That's
came
how they got
first.
here.
It was dinosaurs here before, and then the dinosaurs died. Then the
Well, I'm
Mongoloids
saying
came.
like they're not native, right? Did Africans have to come to Africa across from some piece of land? They didn't. They were there. That's what we call native or
Well, we don't know where the Africans came from.
Africans came from East Africa. They evolved in East Africa.
Look,
That's what.
look, you guys are taking me. Hold on, we're going in the rabbit hole here. But let's allow Black Critic to say something before we come to the end of the program here.
Yes,
Black
sir.
Critic, what do you want to say, Black Critic, and where you calling from?
Yeah, I'm calling from Brooklyn, New York. Queens,
Thank you for joining us, Black Critic.
Thank you,
What
man.
do you want to say on this, Black Critic?
No problem. I just discovered your channel 30 minutes ago.
Hey, thank you, man. Make sure you subscribe.
I did, brother.
I tackle all kinds of topics here, you know.
I did. And Tunija is probably, I'm familiar with Tunija because me and Tunija were on another channel, so I recognize
Tunaj
Tunija.
is over as usual. He has to hate on the South Africans, but you know, go ahead.
Stop it.
So basically, I just want to address the American mindset. It's usually it's a diasporan mindset.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm from the Caribbean, and I grew up in America, and it's that same mindset that we have. So when you hear people like Tariq, and Tariq thought he was making a point. So you know when someone says something, you know how these FBA people do. They'd be like, you could be saying 100% truth, right? And then what's the thing they say? Where you from? To try to discredit you, like you know, you can't know something about another place, right? So Tariq went on this rant saying like, oh, see, we don't do that here. That's how I could tell that you're not from here, because you're going to say this person is mixed. We don't do that in America. There in South Africa, you got the black people, you got the mixed people and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be all around the world.
He's a troll, okay? Like his arguments, he would say, oh, we don't do this here, because he's trying to put you in a defensive mode. You know, like he would paint to say, black people, we don't do this, meaning black people, in fact, this is what black people do. You know them to do this.
Yeah.
You know, so never allow him to bait and switch you into those arguments. Just ignore it.
But he was trying to make a point, which is we have a problem in the diaspora because of what we've been through. When you're living under white supremacy and everything about black is negative, you take on that mindset. So he think he was being clever, but when he's actually proven how ignorant he is.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody during slavery, right? The person that was considered great, you know what I'm saying? This is a saying that I say. I say a nigger is nothing but a broken African, because that what slavery was to do, was to break you mentally and to break you physically. So once they broke you mentally, you reject everything that's African. The further you away from African, the more favorable you are. So if you're a mixed person, right, you're more favored because you're less African and closer to white, right? And white supremacy still treated those black mixed people as black people.
Yeah,
so
one drop rule.
Yes, you being your mind is not being in the right state of mind. You take on that same slave plantation mindset.
So do you think Africans, like they try to say Africans owe them, right? And I want to say thank you, MS Delta. MS Delta said there were multiple ancient migrations to North America. These stereotypical red Indians were not the only natives in pre-USA. He's correct about that. And Shah Jacques Yahoo Nashrel said he sounds like Nakmizi. He thinks you
People
sound
keep
like
telling me that, man. I hate that.
yeah.
They say Knock Neezy and Caligenesis, but me and Knock don't sound the same.
What do you think about so like people get this entitlement saying, hey man, we went through all this, we paved the way, so the Africans came, so the Africans have to respect and embrace us, they owe us. Like, where is this entitlement coming from?
It's not knowing history. I did a video about that in my channel. So there's this
other. You have a channel?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's my name, The Black Critique.
Black Critique. Okay, guys.
Yeah.
Make sure you subscribe to Black Critique.
Thanks, brother. What I was saying in one of my videos is when I listen to Tariq Nasheed and all these people, they say, hey, look, you immigrants owe us. I'm like, what do we owe you for? We fought for immigration for you to get here. And I'm like, excuse me? So they're talking about the Immigration Act of 1965. So when you study the Immigration Act of 1965, it was an offset of civil rights. So Dr. Martin Luther King, he was fighting for economical and social.
Well, it's not the same thing. What they did was they gave black people the rights, and the white people decided. Senator Sellers at the time, they had a ban on Southern Europeans and Eastern Europeans. People don't realize since to make it fair, because here in America, they're like, hey, we're gonna let the blacks be free now completely. Why don't we just do it across the board, Asians, everybody, and allow the Southern and Eastern Europeans, because the visas were reserved for mostly Northern Europeans, the white people. So Africans, there was never a time in American history where Africans were not allowed to come here. Even even slavery, like Africans were never stopped from coming here. Chinese were. The only thing the only thing that changed, it increased the number of Africans that are allowed to come here.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because they don't understand the triangle slave trade. What was it? It was leaving Europe, going to Africa, getting stealing Africans, going to the Caribbean, dropping off those Africans, picking up sugarcane and other goods, as well as other Africans, going to North America, like Virginia, because Virginia is the first slave port, dropping off those Africans, right? Dropping off the goods from the West Indies, going back to England to give them those goods and repeat cycle again.
Well, again, I heard a guy he calls himself Professor Black Truth.
Oh God, not him.
Time he said these Africans started coming here when we did the war. Africans were never coming here, and I'm like, dummy. The people on those slave ships were, guess where they were from? Those were Africans. So Africans never stopped coming here. Either they were, yes, the slaves were brought as slaves forced, but whether forced or legally, Africans have never not
been here.
Come here. They've always keep coming here.
I think what they are trying to say is that the environment that you are in now, there are people have fought to create that space for you to operate more freely.
But can't you? But what I'm saying, in Nigeria, right? Because we are all born in societies, whatever. Can't you say that about any society? Like wherever you come to, whatever society, because we are all.
But it's true.
What I'm saying.
But they are saying the same thing that when you arrive in their
home, what I'm saying. But in all honesty, in the United States, the white people are the ones that make the laws, so they decide how they make the laws to allow who to do what. If white people don't want to, if they want to take certain groups' rights, how are you going to stop them? What you going to do?
I think that is not how it works. You see, when I arrived in the UK, can I say something
what I'm saying?
Tunaja, you're not letting me get one sentence out at all.
Tunaja. I just asked you this. You didn't answer that. I said, if white people didn't find it in their hearts to say, hey, this is wrong, we're going to change things, who can make them change it? How are you going to?
conditions on the ground, like slave revolts and slaughters and instabilities.
Tunaja, if white people didn't want to end slavery, they wouldn't have. It no longer served them. I can assure you that.
So they did it from the goodness of their hearts.
They're the ones that fought each other. Over 600,000 whites died.
Because they knew it was there's consequential to them. If it wasn't consequential to them, they wouldn't be doing it. Don't you get it?
That's not how American slavery ended.
That's not how it ended. So you're just dreaming.
American slavery ended because of the Civil War. The Union was losing, right? The Union was losing. And Abraham Lincoln was like, we need more people. So he did emancipation. So he emancipated, there's two parts of the Emancipation Proclamation. He emancipated some of the black, some of the black people to join the Union Army. And he got a lot of disagreement from the white people. And Abraham Lincoln said this. He says, I am to preserve the Union. If I could save the Union and not free black people, I would do it. But if I could save the Union and free black people, I would also do that.
See, but so you are making the point I am talking about. They didn't do it because of for free. They did it because they needed them for war. Hold on.
No. Tunaja, that's what I'm saying. Tunaja, what you're saying, that's not.
I can't get one sentence out without being interrupted.
But what I'm saying, what you're spreading is false information. That's why I didn't want you to spread that, because that's not what happened. I'm just saying.
It's not even that anything I want to say.
What I'm saying, it's a lot more. What I'm saying, it's a lot more complicated than.
No, it's not that complicated. If you complicate it, that's why we never get anywhere. It's not complicated. Okay. People concede power only when they know it's beneficial to them to do that.
Of course. Well, that's common sense.
Why do you think they're doing this in the independence for African countries? Because France lost its country to Germany. UK almost did. If not because America rescued them. See, stop it. If America didn't rescue them, they wouldn't do it. The same thing for slave revolts.
Fine. You know what?
That's why they had to let them go.
You know what, Tunaya? You know, I don't want to start this. You know what,
in this world.
Tunaya, I don't want to start this, but you know, if they did not sell the people from the Delta region, they would have never been in this position. You see?
What are you talking about? You see, you are mixing.
Okay, I'll give you guys the last word here before we leave. But Tunaja,
I can't get one sentence out without
you. No, wait, Tunaja, do you want to be the last one?
Yeah, I can be the last one.
Okay. Just promise not to say anything bad about South Africans, because I
will not.
Okay, Primo, you go first.
Hey, honestly, I just think that we as a people, I mean, we have history that just go back for centuries. And down the road, we all looking different. We acting different. We speak different. We speak Portuguese. We speak French. We this, but we still the same people.
Right.
And when we start to separate stuff, you know, at the end of the day, we got to come back together because there's strength in numbers. And Afrodamus, you got to also understand that before I came in this country, I was speaking. I had an accent. I had to learn to speak the proper way in this country just to move forward. And you know, and the way how we all of a sudden we got the internet and it's just so much stuff. Everybody's splitting hairs. Everybody's going different ways. But at the end of the day, it's just creating division.
Right.
You know, and when you create divisions, what happens is you have all these little subcultures that's just people just doing their own thing, and we're not. You know, we're pulling the horse apart as opposed to put the horse back together and just trying to get it up to go the correct way. We keep splitting hairs. Tariq saying this, we saying this, but you know, come to think of it, I've been in this country for over 30, 40 years. The thing is, Africans always been the same. It's just that now they know what African thinking because the social media got us. I mean, English is just like a platform. Everybody know English all over the world now. And now it's just, I think we just got to come back together and just be as one people, you know? And that's how I think.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. So now we have Google A. Google A, what do you want to say?
I think that that unity is a good thing, but I don't know when were we ever one people. That's the issue. Like when were we ever? When was a time that you can think about that Black people were ever one people?
When they
Even
used to
before
live
slavery.
when they used to live in Africa.
I don't believe that. I mean, there's conflict, strife, wars. Those were still things. So it's never. We were always our own
Different.
group, but it was peaceful. But we were our own group. You acknowledge that individual, and I think, when you guys say like, well, you should. They want us to respect them in America. Well, I think that you should offer respect and kind of acknowledge the populations of people that are already there and have been there. That's just like if I go to Australia, I'm not gonna go live there and don't acknowledge the Aboriginals, the Black Aboriginals that were there, and I'm not gonna go do my own thing, right? So I think that's kind of what Black Americans are saying, just is to kind of like, yeah, they did this, right? Like, I don't think you guys should be paying us, but that's not on your part. But I do think acknowledgement is necessary. In a certain sense, to say I see you, I see what you've done, to that aspect, not to like make you guys bow down or be subservient, because I don't think you're subservient people at all.
No, Africans they don't
no, I
do
don't
that.
think
But
so.
thank you. I'm glad you came on through, and I see an African in your future. I'll talk to you later. Bye. All right, we have Black Critic. Black Critic, what do you want to say?
Basically, I think that, like I said, this came up on the topic and stuff like that, and basically about the whole thing about, like I said, we are one, but I think the thing with FBA has to do with a lot of insecurity and a lot of ignorance, because, like I said, they will say things that are just not historically accurate. They will say things like, "Oh, we fought for you during the civil rights," when you had people like Harry Belafonte, Stokely Carmichael, Shirley Chisholm, one of the first Black women to ever run for president. You have all these influences here before the 60s, right? And this was not conflict between the groups to that point, because we all understood that, hey, look, we're all Black, right? And I think that's the disconnect that we're having right now. I think most people aren't on that FBA train. And when you talk about against FBA, they say, well, you don't want us to get reparations and things like that. Like, no, you could state your claim of who you are, right? But you don't have to shit on the next man in order to get it.
Exactly. That's
you know what I'm saying. That's my problem.
Yeah, you said it best. Yeah, you don't need to drop ish on the next man to get to where you're going.
Yeah, because like you have a lot of Black people in the Caribbean who are fighting for reparations. We didn't say, oh, those Yankee people them over there. I mean, what does Americans gotta do with what I gotta do? What I gotta say. And then when you talk bad against them, like I was looking at the video that you put out a while ago, because they're saying like, oh, now see, FBA, look what they're doing now. They're talking bad about Black Americans. I used to follow Tariq Nasheed. Like, I used to like him, right? But he did this for like the past 3 years.
He's a hustler.
So, yeah, you can't keep throwing rocks at people for like 3-4 years, and then when they finally say something, you see, they never liked us. I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah, it's like bait and switch. But thank you.
No problem, brother.
I didn't want you to go over. Yeah, I know Tunaja is taking note of how long everyone is taking.
he just needs to do. I like Tunaja. He just needs to do a little bit of history. Slave revolts did not lead to liberation of Black people.
Look, don't get this man's head inflated now. Okay, bye. Bye.
All right, Tunaja.
All right, man.
All right, fit to worry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I heard you say earlier that there wasn't any laws that targeted Black immigrants, but that's not true. In 1822, there was a law passed called the Negro Seamen's Act.
No, I never said there was no law that targeted. I said there wasn't a law that they never had a law where they banned Africans from ever coming in.
Well, listen.
They had a
Listen what
quota. They always had a quota. It was just not. They didn't allow a lot to come in.
No, but listen what I'm saying. The Negro Seamen's Act was a law that required anybody, any black person that was working, that was a immigrant working on a ship, where if you docked in any of the southern states, you had to go to jail until the ship set sail again. So this was the law was to basically prevent.
Wait. The seamen. Was that the one where they didn't want black men distributing their semen to white women? Was that the one you're talking about?
No. This is sailors. This is sailors.
Oh, okay.
Because
I thought it was the one where they don't want the black men to distribute the semen to the white women in the South.
When slavery was abolished in the British territories in 1834, they had black people from the Caribbean and black people from Africa that was working on British ships, and these black people used to be instrumental in helping black Americans run away from slavery or plan revolution, because when one of the main things they found when they had slave rebellions was they always had help from the sailors, and the sailors were people from Africa or the Caribbean who used to come. So they passed a law called the Negro Seamen's Act in 1822 after the Denmark Vesey
revolution.
Rebellion, but they passed this law to prevent
thank you.
black people from coming into America, and a lot of the attitudes towards black immigrants come from that law, because black immigrants, because if you look at the history, the black immigrants were the ones that was really pushing for emancipation, because those black immigrants had already got their emancipation in 1834. And when they came to America, they used to go to Boston and New York. And those were the last stops on the Underground Railroad. When people used to run away from the South, they used to head to Boston and New York, because the people who control.
Brother, sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but because of time, I got two more people I'm trying to leave. But definitely, make sure you call back in, okay?
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, the tribal African.
I was just reading about the Negro Seaman Act. What the guy is saying is completely wrong. It was not preventing Africans from coming to America. It was preventing Africans from mixing with the slaves, because the idea was the free ones will bring revolutionary idea to the slaves to make them revolt. It was not stopping them. It was just making them not to come in contact, not to mix with them. So that is just bullshit.
Yes, because the Africans were coming here making the enslaved people smarter, you see, because the Africans were free. So that makes sense. But go ahead. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I was just trying to say, I think if everyone just try to do for self, try to do your best as an individual, you're gonna be succeed in life. I watched this movie. Okay, I think it's an American Child. This man told this lady, he say, you should learn to live as a black man in America. That's gonna be good for you. But if you want to carry the cap that you're an African American, it's gonna get you into trouble. Just learn to know you are a black man in America and live as a black man in America. And
well
that's
said.
going to be beneficial to you.
People, you guys heard it here. Learn to live as a black man in America. Thank you. To Niger. To Niger, you are up. The floor is yours. To Niger. Go for it.
Yeah, let me address what Google this is said. I think that point has come up a few times.
What point?
About how people are different, and but that she asked, when were we ever the same people? We have always been different, even from when we are in a family. Children born to parents are different, but they are also the same when it comes to the family. Just as it's the same when you talk about a town and you talk about the entire race. that it's not that complicated. I think people need to understand when people say we are the same, they're talking about as a race, not as a tribe or as an ethnic group even. So that, yeah, the point on that one. In terms of how the African American women and all the rest of it, I think our focus on that is a little bit off. And when you say
focus
that,
on what?
when we talk about that, they have issues in the African American communities within the women have issues there, I think we are missing the point, because you talked about they should come to Africa. I know that's a tongue-in-cheek kind of statement, that come to Africa and then we'll teach you how to be African and all that. But some of them will find that offensive.
What people can have that offensive all they want. How can you be an African, not go to Africa and learn about it? Come on now, Tunaya, don't get all touchy.
The African, let me get you.
You got like 30 seconds. Okay. Can you make it quick? Because the show we're 4 hours. Like you got 30 seconds, so I can close out.
You are eating my 30 seconds out. Okay, the African that you are saying they should do this thing, they have a massive flaw too. Both sides have the same flaw. The men are the flaw in the system. It's not the women. When the Arab men tell their women to wear burqa, they wear burqa. When Afghani men tell their women...
Are you speaking Arabic here?
Yes, I'm speaking Arabic.
You say?
The men are the flaw in the system. It's not the women. The problem in America is the men, just as the problem in Africa is the men. It's not the women.
Okay,
Tunaya. You're stealing my 30 seconds.
You already got 30 seconds, and you're spending it. Wait, I'm not gonna allow you to come here and simp for the people and try to talk down on the men. This is not about talking down on men.
No, you are talking down on the women instead, when they are not the ones you should be worrying about. There are 5-foot men out there in Asia that are defending their people more than we are as men.
So you don't think Africans are doing that?
Oh no! How? Tell me, what black country is defending themselves? None.
Okay.
So let's not throw.
You don't think black country?
We are not holding ourselves accountable.
South Africa is protecting itself.
No, they are not.
Nigeria is protecting itself.
No, they are not. I am telling you, look at the numbers yourself, so you know that. And I tell you, when
Mali is protecting itself.
Oh, Mali with 20,000 soldiers.
Ghana,
when they have
Ghana is protecting itself.
See, you just said Mali. Just deal with one at a time. You said Mali. Well, Mali has 20,000 soldiers, while next door to them, a non-black country, Algeria, has 700,000.
Well, you keep.
So where are the men? Where are the men there? Where are the black men there?
Tunaya, why do you keep looking into another man's compound?
Because when you keep blaming the women instead, that is punching down.
Who's blaming the women?
You are not doing your own job. You are telling the women in America that they are not doing this, they are not doing this, that you come to Africa and learn. What are they going to come and learn in Africa?
Who told them this?
You just said it, that they should have multiple wives. You can come to Africa and all the rest.
Yeah, because there is so many single ratchet, women here. Wait, have you been in America? Have you met these women?
See, I don't need to meet them.
But Tunaya, wait a minute. You see, Mr. Research said something here. He said people who are not in America, when they speak on America, they tend to ruin things. Did you see the woman from Louisiana? Did you see her disagree with me? Please do not put.
I've even seen
Tunaya. I am not going to allow you. Wait, I am not going to allow you to sit here and corrupt these Black American women. Okay.
Wow, I'm corrupting them by saying that they are the ones keeping the roof.
Yes, you are corrupting them. We don't need this.
The most educated group in America.
You're turning them into feminists. We don't need this.
African American women.
You know what?
Educated group in America.
Tunaya, you don't know what you're talking about.
They are more educated than
you're here simping again. Please.
Oh my God! How am I simping? I'm calling facts.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. Have you met this woman?
Targeting the most educated.
Have you? Really?
You
know what? Let me bring somebody here to correct you, because.
Oh my God!
Okay, bring somebody to correct James, can you correct Tunaja for us here?
Tunaja, we invited you to come over to the United States last year. You haven't taken that offer, and you are here debating the host.
See,
so
I'm debating the
problem. What's the problem with you?
See, based on the point that has nothing to do with details. The point is that when you tell Arab women to put a burqa, what happens?
No, we don't want to talk about Arabs. We're talking about
because
blacks here.
I need you to understand where the
Not all
responsibility
Arabs are
lies.
Muslims. You know, not all Arabs are Muslims, right?
The responsibility lies on the men,
Not
not
all
the women.
Arabs are Muslims. You do realize
See,
this.
St. James, I don't know whether
Did you listen to that ADOS lady that was talking?
Yes, I listened to her, and if
Why
she was still
why
here,
you
I
did
would have
not
said
go
those things to
after
her.
her? Why you did not go
Because
after
I
her?
didn't have the chance. I can't make one sentence with Mr. Zadi here, not interrupting me. He keeps interrupting me all the time.
What did you call Wow.
He kept interrupting me all the time, so I just kept quiet. I didn't want to address that point. I had to address it when she's gone. But the point is that this
Tunaja, to be the most enrolled and educated, two different things. But okay.
No, because they are the ones keeping the roof up. They are beginning. They are filling the roles men are supposed to be filling. They are keeping the roof up. It's up to the men to build from there.
What I'm saying, the woman, she's the woman, right? You are not a woman. She lives in America. She's a light-skinned woman. She did not disagree with me. So please leave it at that.
They've all been brainwashed like that to think
no,
that
they are not.
It's
You see, do you guys see what is
men
happening
have to take
here?
responsibility.
Black
Tell me
women,
now, which other
black
group
women,
of
please
men,
do not listen to Tunaja.
Can you answer this question?
Black women,
If you are so brave, answer this question, Afrotimos. If you are so brave, answer me this question: which other group in this world, their men have never defended their people as at the least compared to black men in terms of the way they defend their people and take responsibility for their people? Which other group has performed so dismally compared to black men? Tell me
I don't know. I don't
Asian
know.
men,
I don't know
English
any
men,
group. I don't
European
know
men.
which. I don't know which black group you're talking about, but you know,
But because there are none, you can't tell me. Japanese people defend their people. Even Filipinos that are 5 foot tall defend their people.
Tunaja. Maybe you Nigerians don't defend your people, but we defend our people.
No, you don't.
Really? Are you kidding me?
No, you don't. You don't defend anything. Let's face it.
Really?
Our men are you just use Mali right now. Look at all our people. You should be calling the men out, not be having a go at women. You should be calling the men out.
Who is going at women, Tunaja, saying that we are going to introduce and have, instead of this woman being ratchet in America, some of these men would come and marry them. What is wrong with that?
What is the men that are the losers? The men that are the losers, you want them to get married?
Oh, jeez. So the men are going to be losers.
See,
okay.
African men have proven themselves.
So African men are losers. Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you right now.
African men. Tunaja said you guys are losers.
African men and in short, the whole black community, the men have not done their job, and we keep pointing fingers somewhere else.
I'm not going to allow you to come here and insult black men.
Tunaja, in what aspect? In what aspect are you talking about?
In their ability to defend their existence, in their ability to defend their future generations. That okay, you can determine your destiny.
Tunaja, people are doing this. What are you talking about?
What are they doing? Tell me.
Doing providing for their families, securing themselves, providing a better future. Like what do you want to see? What are you, Tunaja? I haven't, as for last I checked, I haven't heard you create a nuclear bomb. Right? Do you have the capability?
Yes.
Okay, well, when you get to it, let us know. But Tunaja, you're over 30 minutes, but I gotta go. Tunaja,
created their nuclear bomb. The technology that they had then, we have more technology now. We can do it for our own people.
Look.
We are 1 billion strong in the world, and what have we done with that? We are here being subservient constantly.
So wait, because Tunaja, Tunaja, so you want me to tell the black women to continue being ratchet and running around instead of other men marrying them? Is that what you want me to tell them? If that's what you want me to tell them, please tell me.
Right environment and protect them so that they are not the men that they are being ratchet for. Is because those men are not doing their job.
They're going home. They are going home, so it doesn't matter. They're going home. So why are you worrying about it?
Why are you worrying about?
Going home. What is the point of going home when there is still failure there?
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Matifi,
thank you. Hold on,
that's another option. That's it. It's another options.
I don't know why this is very
they can
simple.
go see for
yourself.
they can go see for themselves. If they don't like it, they can come back to the States.
Look at America
as
now. If there's a
that.
crime, see, in America, if there's a crime somewhere, the whole place will be surrounded. Even one little thing, the police will come, check what is going on.
You don't know this. You don't live in
America.
America. You don't live in America. You are telling us about America.
UK.
We live here.
I'm telling you what happens in the UK too.
Well, we live in America. Leave that for us. We know what happens.
See, we have to hold ourselves accountable. If we men sit here and act as if we are not the least performing in the world, then you don't know what you're doing.
Okay, thank you. You had
so Nigerians,
30 seconds you overwent. But now
Nigerians on the continent are not deserving of a Western woman. Is that what you're saying? Because they are failures?
As individuals, yes, we have our good ones.
Wait, no, answer his question.
As a group of men, we are the least.
No. What I'm saying, nobody, Tunaya. First of all, nobody is putting themselves in a group here. Answer St. James's question. Are you saying the Nigerian men in Nigeria don't deserve, are not qualified to marry these black women? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that why ask them to jump from one to
no. I'm not asking. We just saying. We just want to know so we can save the black women, right? Are they qualified?
They are just as qualified as the one in America, but
okay. Well, that's all I mean.
Asking them to move from one to another, makes the point.
Tunaja, nobody's asking anyone to do anything.
You did.
Okay, well, thank you for accusing the host.
You did ask them to go to Africa and marry, have multiple wives and this thing and all the rest of it. You just did. And I'm telling you that when you're saying that, you're missing the point. It's not the men in America that are the problem. It's the men in general, black men.
Okay. Since you have so much beef for black, you have beef for black men. But wait, that's a different topic. We would allow you. You see what this guy is doing? This guy comes here. He wants to express his beef against black men. But you guys see this, black men, you see what you have to deal with?
Our destiny.
Afterdamus, you know what Tunaja is doing? Tunaja is saying that black men don't fight enough on the continent. When black men fight, they don't talk about it or they're not fighting enough. So which is it?
Well,
we just said Africans on the continent don't fight. As we speak right now, how many Africans are dying on the battlefield?
On the battlefront, while you're in the UK insulting them. In the battlefronts.
On the battlefront right now.
Which one?
On the Sahel region, how many countries are involved right now fighting terrorist groups created by the West? Created by the West. Are you listening? Created by the West.
Yes. But the fight that they are fighting, look at the fight that they are fighting. They are fighting with their one hand tied behind their back, another leg tied behind their back, and the other one tied, even wrapped them around, and they were crawling on their belly. I can tell you right now.
Oh,
we have
geez. You know what? Thank you. Tunaja.
We have 200 million Nigerians.
Sorry, Tunaja.
That cannot defend your people.
Okay.
You have millions of people.
Hold on.
So the last time I checked, the Malians are taking care of the people. They're telling the West to go back so they can take care of the country. So you should appreciate that. So you should appreciate that these are Africans. No, these are come on, don't cut me. No, you said Africans on the continent are now fighting.
They are not.
That's what you just said. Okay, which is it? Which is that?
Man, Tunaja, you talking BS now. Honestly. This is
that they are,
you know what?
See,
Tunaja, wait. Tunaja. I would love to stay and finish, but I gotta go. Hold on, Tunaja. I have to go for real. I have to. Tunaja. Hold on, Tunaja. I have to go. Hold on, I have to go, Tunaja. I gave you long hours, but Tunaja want to shoot at Africans. You know, this doesn't shoot at our men. No, this doesn't make sense. You know, the man just gave you
Tunaja, I agree we can do it, we can do more. I agree, but every time when you say we are not doing anything, come on, man.
Because what we are doing, we are just wasting our people. We are not using them enough.
So we have to, Are you called?
Why
You're learning progress.
All right,
So you can't come here and say
why
we're
should
not
we
doing
be walking
anything.
with our hands tied behind our back?
Okay,
So who's making that happen? Who's making that happen? Who's making that happen?
Tonight, just 30 minutes is up, anyways. St. James, you give me quick 30 seconds. So,
what do you want? I just came here for me and Tunaja. I love to talk to Tunaja.
Yeah, Tunaja was just trying to if it's not picking on South Africans, he gotta pick on Africans.
And for some reason, sometimes he just talk like we're not, like the people on the continent are not worth anything.
Right.
It's like I don't understand. You talking about you can go on the continent and pick something else. And it's like, nah, the men are that good on the continent. I'm like, yo, let them go and find out for themselves.
Right.
Why are you doing this, man?
Just a straight up
Why are you doing this?
hater. Can you believe this, man?
You can't stop African from coming to the States or African American going to the continent. You cannot stop that.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Tunaja. Yeah, and people are like, oh, Tunaja is he's enlightening the people. No, he is not. But thank you for coming, St. James.
I appreciate you, man. Next time, bro.
Thanks. And Unanimous Prime. Unanimous Prime, you got 30 seconds. I'm about to close in. I'm about to run out of here. What do you want to say?
What up with you, Bajan? I'm coming in late, but man, I kind of understand Tunaja, man. He frustrated though.
Man, tonight you're frustrated about nothing, okay?
Because the situation and the condition of Africa, man, you got to be realistic. Africa,
but when you say the condition, you see, you have to realize people, human beings, right? You have to accept people for who they are. Every human is going to respond to their needs, what they need. You cannot think every African have the same taste as you because you're African. Me being from Africa, I understand this. Not every African or from my country have the same ambition or willing to put in the work that I'm putting in.
That's an individual, but on the government standpoint, on the economic standpoint, on being an African man.
Well, it has nothing to do with African. It has everything to do with like either the government is for the people, created by the people for the people, or not. What does
that mean? So
it has nothing to do with being African. It has everything to do with human greed and what human intelligence, what people are willing to put in to change their own conditions. So that's what it is. Period.
So what's happening? So why are the conditions not changing?
I have no idea. I don't know what people are thinking. I don't know what they want.
When you said you got to understand everybody's individual, shouldn't that same mentality and aspect be? Shouldn't you have the same understanding for African Americans too, and the women?
Well, that's why the information. But what I'm saying again, you came in late, right?
Yes, sir.
I did give the sites. So my thing is, I'm not here to dictate or decide what's going on in someone's head, but I would lay out the blueprint. Africa has so many countries. Different countries have different issues. So when people try to make this a collective thing, that's just internet talk. I don't like to get into that because that's not realistic. You see?
Okay, so
all these countries are individual.
What about the ratchet women? The ratchet women are not collective?
Oh, well, the ratchet women they are not in countries. They are in one country. There's a difference. But you can speak on this because you have Somali Muslims.
No, I'm an African man. I had I'm not gonna do.
I can discuss.
I settled down with the Somali women. That was more like a religious thing in my
environment. But I'm speaking with the. But you see, these are the FBA women. So if you already got your Somali Muslims, I cannot discuss this with you.
Man, no, and my mom was an FBA woman. I mean, rest in peace. I got sisters and cousins, and
you're not married to your mama, though.
So what can an African man offer a FBA woman that an FBA man cannot?
Oh, they'll let them
I don't like speaking in those terms, but I'm just
Sir,
speaking in it right now, generally.
they would let them know. You got your Somali Muslims, let the African men do their thing. Okay? Let them do their thing. They'll figure it out. Let them talk to the, FBA Muslims.
I don't know about that.
Well,
I mean, it's a lot of it's a lot of women in Africa that need to be rescued, and it's a lot of
look,
ratchet.
it's not about rescue. Why are people?
That's what you said, brother. I'm going off the words you said. I don't know if you need to rewind.
Wait a minute. Wait. Of all these things that I have said, of everything I've said, why are you guys fixated on just this one part?
I don't know. I just told you. I just came in.
Okay.
I just
well, I'll have to do.
So
I'll have to.
I'm not gonna make a big deal about it, but
yeah.
I'm just listening, man. I just be listening. I'm asking questions.
You know what? I'll do this show.
Don't get
I'll
upset.
have you.
I'm just asking questions, my brother.
Oh no, I'm not upset. I'll have you here.
I enjoy your
and
show.
for you, we would have the Somali Muslims call in.
Oh, what they gonna do for me?
No, we'll all have conversation because they call here too.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Isn't that fair?
I guess so.
Well,
I don't know. I don't have sisters in my life. Just like I told you, my first son is from a African-American sister.
Oh,
yeah.
Is she single?
She was married at once, but I think she just had a divorce. She was married for 7 years, but she just
Africans
just
don't
went
like
through a divorce.
Yeah, Africans don't like to marry divorced women.
With a second,
they like fresh.
I don't know. I know the Somali men do.
They do? Oh man!
To me, Somalians got the highest divorce rate in Africa.
Okay.
There's so many of them. So many of them got second and third wives, second and third husbands, or whatever. I don't know. Mine was fresh though. I got fresh virgins. All my children. They only got children by me, so I didn't go from none of my women I ever had children already though.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for giving us this
some
scoop.
brothers could deal with that, but it's kind of hard for me to deal with baby mamas,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Africans don't like to deal with baby mamas because that gets your tires slashed, and people.
So what about your wives though?
I ain't got none.
Okay, but you were married before, right?
Yes, I was married before. Absolutely.
Okay. How long did that last? Your first marriage?
You know what? We not too long, but long enough. At least like a year. But yeah.
So you didn't make any children?
I have children. I mean,
all right. That's what's up. That's what's up. Man, I enjoy your show and your topics, man. I wish I was on time. I just
make sure. You know what? When I'm doing that, when I'm doing the Muslima show, I want you to make sure you catch this early. Be here on time.
Yeah.
Because you see,
some of your Muslim shows and some of the Somali shows.
See, Tunaja don't know much about romance.
Listen to some of that.
I can tell from his voice.
Man, he a rider. He about
Tunaja don't know anything about this type of topics. So when he
got a good heart though, man, and he cares about the people.
He does. So
he's about unity though. That's what I respect.
I'm not gonna doubt that, but still, he doesn't. Tunaja's over here. If he's not hating on the South Africans, he's over here hating on me. Oh, the African men. What what is going on with Tunaja? I don't know what we did to Tunaja, but I would get in the bottom of this.
Yeah.
Next time I see him.
But I wish Africa could step it up though, bro.
Yes, I agree with you on that. Definitely. They need
can't
to
have Chinese and Europeans and stuff building everything and refining.
Look, the Chinese are good friends. They are our good friends.
Importing everything. You can't have that, bro.
Somebody gotta bring in the machines, don't they?
Yeah. But we got to start building them, though. I mean, think about these other countries. Think about Russia and China, where they started and what they've been through. They've been through wars and everything else, and how they pull themselves up. Think about Cuba, too.
Yeah,
we can negotiate with people and have the upper hand. Africa has everything that the whole world needs.
Hold on. I want to read this.
Powerfully.
Hold on. I gotta read some of these comments, but I gotta let you
All
go.
right.
Though.
All right, brother. I
Thank
know
you.
the end
Thanks
of your
for
show.
coming. Thank
Peace
you.
out. I'll holler at you.
Rasmoy said, Afridamus could not handle that strong, loud, filthy, disgusting patty mouth of an ADOS woman. Oh man, that's from Rasmoy's, you know. And then yeah, people, I don't know where Tunaja was trying to take us to. It was just regular conversation, regular banter, but for some reason, Tunaja is like, Afridamus, how dare you say these women should be, the African men should marry them. Hey, my bad, bro. What are you talking about? But ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to stay here any longer, but I'll see you guys tomorrow, and Sunday probably. And we have a topic coming about South Africa and Nigeria. Stay tuned for that. I don't want to keep you waiting until next time. This is the Afridamus Report. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. All right? Enjoy.
Entre más lejos, más feliz. Era un veneno y lo bebí. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Siempre sé la peli esa actriz, pero ya vamos llegando al fin. Yeah, yeah. Somos felices a distancia. Ya no aguanto tu fragancia. Tú no eres consentida, que la tienes merecida. Somos felices a distancia. Ya no aguanto feliz a distancia. Ya no aguanto tu fragancia.